The storyteller illusion. Right now your mind is doing something you almost never notice. It is quietly taking thousands of tiny experiences and stitching them together into a story that feels completely real. You wake up with a certain mood. Someone ignores your message. You remember something embarrassing from years ago, and suddenly your brain creates a neat explanation for everything. It tells you this is who you are. It tells you this is why today feels different. It tells you this is what has always been true. The strange part is that you almost never question the narrator. You question other people. You question the news. You question strangers online. But the voice inside your own head often gets a free pass. That voice sounds so familiar that it feels impossible to imagine it could be misleading you. Here is where things become unsettling. Your brain is less interested in telling the truth than it is in creating a story that makes sense. Think about how often you explain your own actions after they already happened. Maybe you bought something expensive because it looked impressive, but later you convinced yourself it was a smart investment. Maybe you avoided a difficult conversation because you were afraid, but afterward your mind rewrote the memory and called it protecting your peace. The storyteller inside you is incredibly talented at editing reality. It removes details that do not fit the plot and highlights the ones that make the story feel complete. Psychologists have spent decades studying this tendency. One fascinating discovery is that people often invent explanations for choices they never consciously made. In experiments, researchers have changed the outcome of decisions without participants noticing. Instead of admitting they had no idea why they preferred one option over another, people confidently created detailed reasons that sounded perfectly logical. They were not lying. They genuinely believed the stories they invented. Their minds filled in the blanks without asking permission. That should make you pause, because it means confidence is not proof of accuracy. The louder the inner narrator speaks, the easier it becomes to mistake certainty for truth. Imagine reading a novel where the narrator leaves out important facts, exaggerates certain events, and constantly changes the timeline without telling you. You would never trust that book. Yet this is surprisingly close to how your own consciousness works every single day. Think about childhood for a moment. Most people believe they remember exactly why they became the person they are. Maybe they think one teacher inspired them, one rejection destroyed their confidence, or one victory proved they were special. Real life is rarely that simple. Human personalities are shaped by thousands of tiny moments, many of which disappear from memory forever. Since the brain hates unfinished puzzles, it connects scattered pieces into a clean narrative. The result feels satisfying, but satisfaction is not the same thing as truth. This illusion becomes even stronger during painful experiences. After heartbreak, failure, or betrayal, your mind desperately searches for meaning. It wants a reason because randomness feels unbearable, so it creates one. Sometimes the story helps you heal. Other times it traps you. Someone who was rejected once may begin telling themselves they are impossible to love. Another person who succeeds early may believe they are naturally gifted and stop putting in effort. Neither story captures the full complexity of reality. Yet both become invisible prisons because the storyteller repeats them often enough that they begin to feel like facts. What makes this especially dangerous is that your emotions can become evidence inside the story. If you feel anxious, the narrator searches for reasons you should be anxious. If you feel angry, it starts collecting proof that someone wronged you. This is not because consciousness wants to hurt you. It is because the brain constantly tries to reduce uncertainty. A complete explanation feels safer than admitting you do not know. Notice what happens after an awkward social interaction. Maybe someone walks past without smiling. Within seconds, your storyteller begins working. They must be upset with me. I probably said something wrong. They never liked me anyway. Hours later, you discover they were distracted by a family emergency. The facts changed instantly, but the emotional experience felt completely real because the story came first and reality arrived later. This explains why two people can live through the exact same event and remember it completely differently. Memory is not a recording. It is a reconstruction. Every time you remember something, your brain rebuilds the experience instead of replaying it like a video. During that rebuilding process, emotions, expectations, and later experiences quietly reshape the memory itself. Over time, the story can become stronger than the event that originally inspired it. There is another twist that most people never see coming. The storyteller does not only rewrite the past, it also predicts the future. It whispers that tomorrow will be just like yesterday. It insists that because something happened before, it will happen again. This is why fear becomes self-reinforcing. If the story says you always fail, your attention starts noticing every mistake while ignoring every success. Eventually, the evidence seems overwhelming, even though your own consciousness selected it. The remarkable thing is that awareness changes everything. The goal is not to silence the storyteller, because that is impossible. Stories help humans survive. They help us organize chaos, remember lessons, and connect with one another. The real shift happens when you stop treating every thought as a witness and start treating it as a narrator with opinions. Suddenly, you become curious instead of obedient. You begin asking simple questions. Is this actually true? What facts am I ignoring? Could there be another explanation? Those questions create space between you and the story, and in that space something extraordinary happens. You realize you are no longer trapped inside every narrative your consciousness invents. Perhaps the greatest illusion of all is believing that the voice inside your head is the same thing as you. It is not. It is only one part of an astonishing system constantly trying to make sense of a world far too complicated to fully understand. The moment you recognize that difference, the storyteller loses its absolute authority, and for the first time, you begin seeing the story instead of simply living inside it. The false sense of free will, before you decide that your next choice is completely yours, try something strange. Think of a random number between 1 and 10. Maybe you picked 7. Now ask yourself something almost nobody asks. Why that number? Not why it seems like a good choice now, but why that exact thought appeared in your mind before all the others. You can explain it after the fact. Maybe you always liked that number. Maybe it just felt random. But did you actually choose the thought before it arrived? Or did it simply appear, and then your mind claimed ownership of it? That tiny question opens a door that most people spend their entire lives avoiding, because behind it sits one of the most unsettling possibilities about consciousness. The feeling of complete control may itself be an illusion. Every day you move through life believing you are the author of your actions. You choose what to eat, where to go, who to trust, and what kind of person you want to become. That feeling is so natural that questioning it almost sounds ridiculous. Yet the closer scientists have looked at the human brain, the stranger the picture has become. Long before you become aware of making many decisions, activity is already unfolding inside your brain. In some experiments, researchers have detected patterns of neural activity seconds before participants reported consciously deciding to press a button. Your conscious awareness seemed to arrive after the process had already begun. That does not necessarily mean free will does not exist, but it does force an uncomfortable question. If your brain starts preparing a decision before you know you have made it, who exactly is making the choice? Most people immediately resist this idea because it feels deeply personal. If your choices are not entirely under conscious control, then what are you? A machine following invisible instructions? Not quite. The truth is far more fascinating. Your conscious mind is only a small part of an enormous system. Beneath awareness, countless processes are constantly evaluating memories, emotions, habits, social cues, physical needs, and environmental signals. By the time a decision reaches your awareness, much of the work has already been done behind the scenes. Think about driving home after work. Sometimes you arrive without remembering most of the trip. You stopped at traffic lights, avoided accidents, turned at the correct streets, and parked safely. Yet your conscious attention was somewhere else entirely. Your brain handled an astonishing amount without asking permission. This happens in far more areas of life than most people realize. The words you choose, the people you notice, even the emotions that suddenly appear often begin outside conscious awareness. Now consider something even more surprising. Your preferences are constantly shaped by influences you barely notice. A familiar song can make a product seem more appealing. The smell of fresh bread can change your mood before you realize you smelled anything. The expression on another person's face can quietly alter your confidence. None of these influences feel like they are controlling you, because consciousness quickly creates a story that the decision was completely yours. The narrator steps in after invisible processes have already nudged the outcome and confidently says, "I chose this because it made sense." This becomes obvious when you watch people defend decisions that clearly came from emotion. Someone buys an expensive car because it makes them feel successful. Later, they explain every practical reason imaginable: better reliability, better performance, better long-term value. Those reasons may contain some truth, but they often arrive after the emotional decision has already happened. Consciousness loves to present itself as the chief executive when it often behaves more like the public relations department, explaining choices instead of creating them. Psychologists call this post hoc rationalization. It is the tendency to invent logical explanations after an action has already occurred. The remarkable part is that people genuinely believe these explanations. They are not intentionally deceiving anyone. The storyteller inside consciousness is simply trying to preserve the feeling that life is orderly and under control. A world where thoughts appear from mysterious processes feels unsettling, so the brain builds a cleaner narrative. This illusion also shapes the way we judge other people. When someone makes a mistake, we often assume they consciously chose the wrong path. We overlook exhaustion, stress, childhood experiences, subconscious habits, fear, and countless hidden influences. Yet, when we make the same mistake, we suddenly see all the invisible factors that pushed us toward it. Consciousness protects its own story while simplifying everyone else's. That does not mean human beings have no responsibility. Responsibility and conscious awareness are not the same thing. Imagine steering a massive ship across the ocean. The captain may not control the wind, the waves, or the currents, but their decisions still matter. Your conscious mind works in a similar way. It cannot control every impulse that appears, but it can gradually shape habits, redirect attention, question automatic reactions, and create environments that encourage better choices. Freedom may not exist in the simple way we imagine, but that does not mean it disappears. It may be something we develop rather than something we automatically possess. One of the most powerful examples is habit. At first, every action demands conscious effort. Learning an instrument, exercising regularly, or speaking a new language feels difficult because awareness is heavily involved. Over time, those behaviors sink below the surface until they become automatic. In other words, the conscious choices you make today slowly become the unconscious patterns that guide tomorrow. The hidden machinery of the mind is not fixed. It is constantly being trained by repeated experience. That realization changes everything. Instead of asking whether every decision is perfectly free, a better question emerges. What is shaping the system that produces my decisions? The books you read, the conversations you have, the people you spend time with, the fears you repeat, and the beliefs you reinforce all become invisible architects of future choices. Most of them work silently, long before you feel the moment of deciding. Perhaps the greatest trick consciousness ever performs is convincing you that every thought begins with you. In reality, thoughts rise from depths you cannot directly observe, carrying memories, emotions, instincts, and influences gathered over an entire lifetime. Awareness arrives just in time to witness the result and quietly signs its name at the bottom, as if it had written the entire script. Recognizing that illusion does not make you powerless. It makes you more attentive, more humble, and perhaps for the first time, genuinely capable of choosing with open eyes instead of simply believing you always were. Mistaking thoughts for reality. Imagine waking up tomorrow with one simple rule. For the entire day, every thought that enters your mind must be treated as absolute truth. The moment you think someone dislikes you, it becomes a fact. The instant you worry about failing, failure becomes inevitable. Every fear becomes a prediction. Every assumption becomes reality. At first that sounds ridiculous. Yet if you pay close attention, you may realize that this is already how many people live. Not because the world actually works that way, but because consciousness has a remarkable habit of blurring the line between what is happening and what it is merely imagining. The strange thing about thoughts is that they arrive with incredible confidence. They do not knock on the door and politely introduce themselves as possibilities. They simply appear and speak as though they have always known the truth. You walk into a room and suddenly think everyone is judging you. You send an important message and immediately believe the delayed reply means something is wrong. You remember one embarrassing mistake from years ago, and your mind quietly whispers that everyone else remembers it too. None of these thoughts come with evidence, yet they often feel more convincing than reality itself. This is one of consciousness's greatest illusions. It mistakes internal experiences for external facts. Your brain evolved to constantly predict what might happen next because prediction helped human beings survive. If our ancestors heard movement in the bushes, assuming danger was often safer than assuming nothing at all. That ancient survival system still operates today. But instead of reacting to wild animals, it reacts to social situations, future uncertainties, and imagined disasters. The problem is that consciousness rarely announces the difference between a prediction and a fact. It delivers both in exactly the same voice. Think about the last time you felt anxious before an important event. Maybe it was a job interview, an exam, or a difficult conversation. Hours before anything actually happened, your mind probably created dozens of scenes where everything went wrong. You imagined forgetting your words, embarrassing yourself, or disappointing everyone around you. While those events existed only inside your imagination, your body responded as though they were already happening. Your heart beat faster. Your muscles tightened. Stress hormones increased. The body believed the story because consciousness presented imagination as reality. This happens because the brain is designed to simulate experiences. When you vividly imagine biting into a fresh lemon, many people notice saliva forming in their mouths, even though there is no lemon nearby. The body reacts because the distinction between imagined experience and direct experience is not always as sharp as we assume. The same mechanism that allows athletes to mentally rehearse success can also trap people inside endless rehearsals of fear. The illusion becomes even stronger when emotions join the conversation. If you feel lonely, your thoughts begin searching for proof that nobody cares about you. If you feel guilty, your mind suddenly remembers every mistake you have ever made while conveniently forgetting moments of kindness and growth. Emotions act like colored lenses placed over consciousness. The facts outside may stay exactly the same, but everything appears different because your inner experience has changed. This is why two people can witness the same event and leave with completely opposite conclusions. One person receives constructive criticism and sees an opportunity to improve. Another hears the exact same words and believes they have completely failed. The event is identical. The reality is shared. The difference lies in the story consciousness creates around it. Thoughts become filters rather than reflections. Modern psychology has explored this phenomenon in remarkable detail. Cognitive distortions are patterns where the mind consistently interprets situations in inaccurate ways. One common example is catastrophizing. A small mistake suddenly becomes evidence that everything will fall apart. Another is mind reading, where you become convinced you know what other people are thinking despite having almost no evidence. These patterns feel convincing because consciousness values certainty far more than accuracy. An explanation, even a flawed one, often feels safer than admitting uncertainty. Consider how quickly rumors spread. Someone hears incomplete information, fills in the missing details, and confidently passes the story along. Eventually, people begin treating assumptions as facts simply because they have heard them enough times. Your own mind behaves in a surprisingly similar way. Repeat the thought "I am not good enough" often enough, and eventually consciousness stops presenting it as an opinion. It quietly promotes it into an unquestioned truth. This illusion shapes relationships in powerful ways. Imagine your friend forgets to reply to a message. Within minutes, your thoughts begin constructing explanations. Maybe they are upset with you. Maybe they no longer value the friendship. Maybe you said something wrong. Hours later, you discover they left their phone at home or became overwhelmed with work. Reality never changed. Only the story did. Yet during those hours, your emotions were completely genuine because consciousness treated fiction as fact. There is another hidden cost. When thoughts become reality, curiosity disappears. Instead of asking what is actually happening, you become trapped inside what you already believe is happening. Every new piece of information is forced to fit the existing narrative. This is known as confirmation bias. The brain naturally notices evidence supporting current beliefs, while overlooking evidence that challenges them. Slowly, the imagined world begins replacing the real one, not because reality changed, but because attention became selective. The fascinating part is that consciousness gives you a way out, but it requires a skill that feels almost unnatural. Instead of asking whether a thought feels true, ask whether it is actually supported by observable evidence. That tiny shift creates distance between you and your mental stories. A thought becomes something you can examine rather than something you automatically obey. It transforms from a command into a possibility. This does not mean ignoring intuition or pretending thoughts have no value. Many thoughts are useful. Many protect you from genuine danger or help solve difficult problems. The mistake is believing that every thought deserves equal trust simply because it appeared inside your own mind. Consciousness generates thousands of thoughts every day. Some are insightful, some are creative, some are completely inaccurate. Wisdom begins when you stop treating them all as reliable witnesses. Perhaps the most liberating realization is that you are capable of observing your thoughts without becoming them. The fact that you can notice a fearful thought means there is already a part of you standing outside it. That quiet observer does not need to argue with every idea or force every doubt to disappear. It simply recognizes that a thought is an event occurring inside consciousness, not a photograph of reality itself. The moment that distinction becomes clear, the mind loses one of its oldest illusions, and the world begins to look less like a story you are trapped inside, and more like a reality you are finally able to see. The ego's invisible defense system. Most people believe they are protecting themselves from the outside world. They think they are defending their reputation, their success, their relationships, or their beliefs. But what if the thing they are protecting most fiercely is something they cannot even see? Every time someone challenges your opinion, points out a mistake, or questions the way you see yourself, something happens before you even have time to think. A quiet alarm goes off deep inside your mind. In that instant, consciousness begins working behind the scenes, not to discover the truth, but to protect the image you have built of who you believe you are. The unsettling part is that this process feels completely natural. You do not experience it as self-protection. You experience it as being reasonable. You believe you are simply explaining yourself, defending the facts, or correcting someone who is wrong. Yet beneath that calm surface, your ego is performing one of the most sophisticated tricks consciousness has ever created. It convinces you that preserving your identity is exactly the same as protecting reality. Think about the last time someone criticized you. Maybe they said you were impatient, selfish, or unwilling to listen. Before you even considered whether they might have a point, your mind probably started searching for evidence that proved them wrong. You remembered every time you had been patient. You thought about all the sacrifices you had made. You replayed moments where other people appreciated you. It happened so quickly that it felt automatic because it was. Your consciousness immediately switched from curiosity to defense. Psychologists have long studied these mental defense mechanisms. They are not signs of weakness. They are ordinary functions of the human mind. When information threatens the way you see yourself, your brain often distorts, ignores, or explains away that information to reduce psychological discomfort. This discomfort is sometimes called cognitive dissonance. It appears whenever two conflicting ideas exist at the same time. If you believe you are an honest person, but remember telling a lie, the contradiction creates tension. Instead of changing your self-image, the mind often changes the story. It tells you the lie was necessary. It was harmless. Anyone else would have done the same thing. The discomfort fades, and your identity remains untouched. The remarkable thing is that this happens without conscious intention. Very few people wake up planning to deceive themselves. The defense system operates automatically because consciousness values stability. A stable identity helps you navigate the world. Without it, every disagreement would feel like an existential crisis. The problem begins when protecting the identity becomes more important than discovering what is actually true. Imagine carrying a beautiful mirror everywhere you go. Over the years, it becomes covered with dust. Instead of cleaning it, you slowly convince yourself that the blurry reflection is perfectly accurate. Anyone who points out the dust seems offensive because they are threatening the image you have grown attached to. Your ego works in much the same way. It becomes deeply attached to familiar beliefs, familiar habits, and familiar labels: intelligent, kind, successful, independent, victim, survivor. Once those identities become part of the story, consciousness quietly defends them at almost any cost. This explains why arguments between intelligent people often accomplish nothing. Each person believes they are searching for truth, but both are unconsciously protecting an identity. One is defending the image of being informed. The other is defending the image of being right. Facts become secondary because the invisible battle is no longer about evidence. It is about preserving the self. You can see this in everyday life. Someone receives feedback at work and immediately begins explaining why the circumstances were unfair. A friend refuses to apologize because admitting fault would conflict with the belief that they are always considerate. A parent struggles to accept that a decision harmed their child because doing so would challenge the identity of being a good caregiver. In every case, the ego quietly edits reality to protect the existing narrative. What makes this illusion so convincing is that the defense system often disguises itself as logic. It gathers selective memories, carefully chosen facts, and persuasive explanations. Everything sounds rational because consciousness is remarkably skilled at building arguments after emotions have already chosen a side. The conclusion comes first. The reasoning follows afterward. There is another defense that is even harder to notice: projection. Sometimes the qualities you dislike most in other people are the very qualities you cannot comfortably recognize within yourself. A person who constantly accuses others of being arrogant may secretly fear their own pride. Someone who endlessly complains about dishonesty may be avoiding uncomfortable truths in their own life. Consciousness shifts attention outward because looking inward feels far more threatening. It is much easier to fight flaws in someone else than to acknowledge them in yourself. The strange irony is that the stronger your ego becomes, the more fragile it often feels. Every disagreement becomes personal. Every correction feels like an attack. Every different opinion sounds like disrespect. Life becomes exhausting because the defense system never rests. It must constantly guard an image that was never meant to be perfectly protected in the first place. Real confidence behaves very differently. Truly secure people are surprisingly comfortable admitting they were wrong. They ask questions instead of immediately defending themselves. They change their minds without feeling as though they have lost their identity. That is because their sense of self is no longer built upon being flawless. It is built upon being willing to learn. Ironically, the less energy they spend protecting the ego, the stronger they become. This does not mean abandoning your identity or accepting every criticism as true. Some criticism is unfair. Some people misunderstand you completely. The important shift is learning to pause before the defense system takes control. Instead of instantly asking how to protect yourself, ask what can be learned. Instead of assuming disagreement is danger, become curious about why it feels threatening in the first place. Those small moments of awareness interrupt one of consciousness's oldest habits. Perhaps the greatest deception the ego ever creates is convincing you that it is you. It whispers that every belief must be defended, every mistake hidden, and every challenge resisted because your survival depends on it. Yet the moment you stop automatically obeying those impulses, something unexpected happens. You discover that your identity was never as fragile as your consciousness made it seem. The truth does not destroy who you are. More often than not, it reveals a version of you that no longer needs constant protection. The memory rewrite machine. Close your eyes for a moment and think about one memory that feels absolutely certain. Maybe it is your first day at school. Maybe it is your happiest birthday. Maybe it is the moment someone broke your heart. It probably feels vivid, detailed, and completely real. Now here is the unsettling question. What if that memory is not actually a recording of what happened? What if it is the latest version of a story your mind has been quietly editing for years? The most surprising part is not that memories can fade. It is that consciousness rewrites them so smoothly that you almost never notice the changes. Most people imagine memory as a giant storage room where experiences are carefully placed on shelves, waiting to be pulled out whenever needed. It sounds logical because that is how cameras and computers work. But the human brain works very differently. It does not replay the past like a video. Instead, every time you remember something, your brain reconstructs it from scattered pieces. It gathers emotions, fragments of images, sounds, beliefs, expectations, and later experiences, then assembles them into a complete scene. Each reconstruction feels like the original, even though tiny details may have already changed. That should make you pause because it means remembering is not just looking backward. It is also creating something new. Every memory you revisit becomes vulnerable to revision. The moment it enters consciousness, it becomes flexible before being stored again. Imagine opening an old document on your computer. Every time you edit it and save it, the newest version replaces the previous one. Your brain often treats memories in a surprisingly similar way. Researchers have demonstrated this in remarkable experiments. People have been shown photographs, asked leading questions, or exposed to subtle suggestions that cause them to remember events differently. Some even develop detailed memories of experiences that never happened at all. They described places, conversations, and emotions with complete sincerity. They were not pretending. Their brains had woven imagination into memory until the difference disappeared. Consciousness accepted the updated version because it fit the larger story of their lives. Think about how often two siblings argue about the same childhood event. One insists their parents were strict. The other remembers them as incredibly supportive. Both are convinced they are telling the truth. Neither is necessarily lying. Each brain reconstructed the past through a different emotional lens. Their memories became less like photographs and more like paintings, each emphasizing different colors while leaving others behind. This becomes even more powerful after emotional experiences. If a relationship ends painfully, your mind often begins rewriting the entire relationship through the lens of the ending. Happy moments become less important. Small disagreements suddenly seem like obvious warning signs. You convince yourself the outcome was inevitable because the brain desperately wants a story that makes sense. On the other hand, nostalgia can create the opposite effect. You remember only the beautiful moments while quietly deleting the boredom, frustration, and ordinary days that were equally real. In both cases, consciousness edits the past to support the emotions of the present. The strange thing is that these rewritten memories begin shaping future decisions. Someone who remembers being constantly rejected may become afraid of new relationships, even if the original experiences were far more balanced than they now recall. Someone who remembers childhood as completely effortless may struggle when adult life becomes difficult because their own past has been polished into something unrealistic. The memory is no longer just a reflection of history. It becomes a blueprint for the future. This explains why trauma and healing often change memory in different directions. A painful event remembered repeatedly through fear can grow larger in emotional intensity, while the same event explored through understanding and acceptance may gradually lose some of its emotional grip. The facts may remain the same, but the meaning evolves. Consciousness is not simply preserving the past. It is constantly negotiating with it. Even confidence can reshape memory. After achieving success, people often remember themselves as having been more certain from the beginning than they actually were. They forget the doubts, the hesitation, and the lucky breaks. This is known as hindsight bias. Once you know the outcome, your mind quietly convinces you that the result was obvious all along. It creates the comforting illusion that life is more predictable than it truly is. You can see this in everyday conversations. A group of friends tells the same story years later. One person remembers everyone laughing. Another remembers awkward silence. A third insists the event happened on a completely different day. Each version feels authentic because every person is recalling their latest reconstruction rather than accessing an untouched archive. The longer time passes, the more opportunities consciousness has to revise the details. There is an even deeper illusion hidden beneath all of this. The memories you carry shape your identity. They answer questions like who you are, what kind of person you have always been, and what the world is like. If those memories are constantly being rewritten, then your sense of self is far more flexible than you probably imagined. The story of your life is not carved into stone. It is being edited every time you revisit it. This does not mean memories are useless or that nothing can be trusted. Most memories preserve the essential meaning of important experiences. The problem begins when you mistake emotional certainty for perfect accuracy. A memory can feel crystal clear while still containing missing pieces, altered details, or entirely new elements added by years of reflection. Consciousness values coherence more than precision. It would rather give you a story that feels complete than one filled with unanswered questions. The remarkable opportunity is that awareness changes the relationship you have with your past. Instead of asking whether every memory is perfectly accurate, you begin asking how this memory has shaped the way you see yourself. You become curious about the emotions attached to it, instead of blindly accepting every detail as objective fact. That shift creates freedom because it reminds you that your past is influencing you, but it is not imprisoning you. Perhaps the greatest trick consciousness performs is convincing you that memory is a faithful witness standing outside time. In reality, memory is more like an artist who keeps returning to the same canvas. adding new colors, softening old lines, and repainting forgotten corners. Each version feels authentic because it is built from pieces of truth. Yet every revision quietly changes not only how you remember yesterday, but also how you understand yourself today. The illusion of knowing yourself. Ask yourself a question that seems almost too simple to matter. Who are you? Most people answer immediately. They describe their personality, values, strengths, weaknesses, dreams, or past experiences. They say they are confident or shy, logical or emotional, ambitious or relaxed. The answer arrives so quickly that it feels undeniable. But here is the strange part. Almost every one of those descriptions is a story your consciousness has been repeating for years. The more often you tell it, the more permanent it feels. The real question is not whether the story is completely false. It is whether you have mistaken the story for the person. From childhood, you begin collecting labels without even noticing. Parents tell you that you are quiet. Teachers say you are smart. Friends call you funny. One failure makes you think you are not talented. One success convinces you that you are naturally gifted. Over time, these scattered moments merge into a single identity. Consciousness loves this process because uncertainty is exhausting. A clear identity makes the world feel easier to navigate. Instead of discovering yourself every day, you simply return to the same familiar description. The problem is that the description slowly becomes a prison. Think about someone who believes they are bad at speaking in front of people. Maybe they froze during one presentation years ago. That single experience becomes part of the story. From that point forward, every nervous moment confirms the belief, while every successful conversation is dismissed as luck. They stop volunteering, avoid opportunities, and gradually collect more evidence that they are exactly who they believe themselves to be. The identity appears stable, but it was built from repeated interpretation rather than absolute truth. Psychologists have observed something fascinating about human behavior. People are surprisingly poor at explaining why they do many of the things they do. We often believe our actions come directly from stable personality traits, yet our behavior changes dramatically depending on context. A person who seems calm at home may become impatient under pressure. Someone who believes they are generous may become selfish when resources feel limited. Another who sees themselves as independent may rely heavily on the approval of others without realizing it. Consciousness notices the consistent parts and quietly ignores the contradictions because consistency feels comforting. This is known as the illusion of introspection. We assume that because we have access to our own thoughts, we understand ourselves better than anyone else possibly could. Yet much of the machinery driving our behavior operates outside conscious awareness. Habits, emotional conditioning, childhood experiences, unconscious biases, and automatic patterns influence decisions long before the conscious mind creates an explanation. The narrator arrives afterward and confidently tells a story about why everything happened. It sounds convincing because it is familiar, not necessarily because it is complete. Consider how often people say, "That is just the way I am." It sounds harmless, even honest. But that sentence quietly closes the door to growth. If you believe you are naturally impatient, you stop looking for moments when patience appears. If you believe you are simply unlucky, every setback reinforces the identity, while every opportunity fades into the background. Consciousness protects the existing story because changing it requires uncertainty, and uncertainty feels uncomfortable. There is another reason this illusion is so powerful. Your identity is constantly reinforced by the people around you. Friends expect you to act a certain way. Family members remember older versions of you. Coworkers interact with the role they believe you play. Slowly you begin performing the character everyone recognizes, often without realizing it. Even when you begin changing internally, the outside world keeps handing you the old script. Consciousness mistakes familiarity for authenticity and quietly says, "This must be who I really am." Notice what happens after someone makes a major life change. A shy person becomes a confident leader. An anxious individual learns to stay calm under pressure. Someone who believed they could never forgive eventually finds peace. Friends often react with surprise because the transformation challenges the identity they had assigned. Yet the biggest surprise usually belongs to the person themselves. They realize they were never as fixed as they believed. The boundaries they thought defined them were largely maintained by repetition. Memory also strengthens this illusion. Your mind naturally recalls experiences that support your current identity. If you believe you are awkward, embarrassing moments come to mind with incredible clarity. If you believe you are capable, memories of resilience stand out instead. This selective recall quietly edits your autobiography every day. The story becomes more polished, more consistent, and more convincing even though reality has always been far more complex. The irony is that many of the qualities people are most proud of can become hidden limitations. Someone who strongly identifies as intelligent may avoid situations where they might appear inexperienced. A person who sees themselves as endlessly selfless may ignore their own needs until resentment builds. Even positive identities can trap you when protecting the label becomes more important than responding honestly to life. Real self-awareness looks very different from what most people imagine. It is not having perfect answers about who you are. It is becoming curious about the parts of yourself you cannot easily see. It means noticing the gap between what you believe about yourself and how you actually behave. It means accepting that you are capable of contradiction. You can be brave and afraid, kind and impatient, confident and uncertain. Human beings are not single stories. They are constantly changing systems shaped by experience, attention, and choice. The most liberating moment arrives when you stop asking, "Who am I?" as though there is one permanent answer waiting to be discovered. Instead, you begin asking, "Who am I becoming through the choices I repeat every day?" That question shifts your attention from protecting an old identity to consciously shaping a new one. Suddenly, the labels lose some of their power because you realize they were always descriptions of the past, not guarantees of the future. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that you have already met your complete self. In reality, much of who you are remains hidden beneath habits, expectations, forgotten experiences, and stories repeated so often they feel like facts. The moment you stop treating your identity as a finished book and begin seeing it as something still being written, you discover that the person you thought you knew was only one version among many that have always existed within you. When attention creates reality, look around the room you are in right now. There are probably dozens of objects you have completely ignored until this very moment. They were always there, yet they might as well have not existed because your attention never landed on them. That simple experience reveals something extraordinary about consciousness. The world you believe you are experiencing is not the entire world around you. It is the tiny fraction your attention allows into awareness. In a very real sense, The reality you live inside is being built moment by moment by whatever your mind decides deserves to be noticed. That sounds impossible at first, because we like to believe reality is objective and complete. We imagine our senses are faithfully reporting everything happening around us. But your brain simply cannot process the overwhelming amount of information reaching it every second. Millions of signals are constantly flowing through your eyes, ears, skin, and every part of your nervous system. If consciousness tried to experience all of it at once, you would become completely overwhelmed. Instead, your brain performs an astonishing act of selection. It quietly decides what matters and filters out almost everything else. The strange part is that you rarely notice the filtering itself. You only notice what survives it. Imagine carrying a flashlight through a vast dark forest at night. Wherever the beam points becomes your entire world. Trees, paths, and shadows outside the light still exist, but they disappear from your experience because your attention never reaches them. Consciousness works in much the same way. Attention is the flashlight, and your personal reality is whatever falls inside its beam. This becomes obvious the moment you buy a new car. Suddenly you begin seeing that same model everywhere. It feels as though the world has changed overnight. Of course it has not. Those cars were already on the road yesterday. What changed was your attention. Your brain marked that information as important, and now it notices what it previously ignored. Psychologists often describe this as selective attention. Once something gains personal significance, consciousness begins pulling it out of the endless stream of information surrounding you. The same process shapes your emotional life. If you wake up convinced the day will be terrible, your attention starts searching for proof. A slow driver becomes evidence. A delayed message confirms it. A small inconvenience feels like another sign that nothing is going your way. At the same time, pleasant moments quietly pass unnoticed because they do not fit the story your attention has already chosen. By the end of the day, you honestly believe reality proved you right, when in fact your attention acted like a filter, collecting only the pieces that supported your expectations. This is closely connected to a psychological tendency known as confirmation bias. The brain naturally pays more attention to information that agrees with existing beliefs while overlooking information that challenges them. If you believe people are generally untrustworthy, you will quickly notice every broken promise while forgetting countless moments of honesty. If you believe you are incapable of success, every mistake becomes unforgettable while every achievement feels temporary or unimportant. Reality has not changed. Your attention has simply become selective. Think about social media for a moment. Two people can scroll through the same platform and come away believing they live in completely different worlds. One notices stories filled with hope, creativity, and kindness. Another sees only conflict, anger, and disaster. The information available is nearly identical, yet the realities they construct inside their minds become completely different because attention constantly decides what deserves emotional weight. The illusion becomes even stronger in relationships. Imagine meeting someone for the first time after hearing they are unfriendly. Without realizing it, your attention starts searching for cold expressions, awkward pauses, or distant behavior. You overlook moments of warmth because they do not match your expectations. Meanwhile, another person who expects kindness notices the smiles, thoughtful gestures, and genuine interest you completely missed. Both people believe they are seeing reality exactly as it is, yet each is experiencing a different version created by attention. Scientists studying attention have demonstrated just how limited conscious awareness really is. In one famous experiment, participants focused on counting basketball passes between players. While concentrating, many completely failed to notice a person in a gorilla suit calmly walking across the scene. The gorilla was directly in front of them, yet it vanished from awareness because attention had been assigned somewhere else. The lesson is both fascinating and unsettling. Seeing is not the same as noticing. Consciousness can overlook the obvious when attention is occupied. This hidden mechanism influences your sense of identity as well. If your attention constantly returns to past failures, you begin believing failure defines you. If it repeatedly notices progress, resilience, and learning, your confidence grows naturally. The events themselves matter, but the meaning you give them depends heavily on what attention chooses to revisit. In this way, attention quietly shapes not only how you see the world, but also how you see yourself. There is another consequence that most people never consider. Whatever receives repeated attention becomes mentally stronger. Every time you replay a fear, you reinforce the pathways connected to it. Every time you focus on gratitude, curiosity, or compassion, those patterns also become easier to access. The brain strengthens what it repeatedly uses. Attention is not just observing your mental world, it is helping build it. This does not mean you can simply ignore reality and create any life you want through positive thinking alone. Pain exists. Challenges exist. Injustice exists. Attention cannot erase them, but it does determine which parts of reality become the foundation of your daily experience. Two people facing identical circumstances can live in emotionally different worlds because they consistently direct their awareness toward different aspects of the same situation. The remarkable opportunity hidden inside this illusion is that attention can be trained. Meditation, mindfulness, deep focus, and even intentional reflection all strengthen your ability to decide where awareness rests instead of allowing every distraction or fear to control it. The goal is not to force yourself into endless optimism. It is to reclaim the ability to choose what deserves your mental energy rather than letting unconscious habits decide for you. Perhaps the greatest trick consciousness performs is convincing you that you are simply observing the world exactly as it is. In reality, your attention is quietly selecting, highlighting, and organizing experience every second of your life. The world you believe you live in is not only shaped by what exists around you. It is equally shaped by what your awareness repeatedly chooses to see, and everything outside that narrow beam remains almost invisible, waiting for the moment your attention finally brings it into the light. The comfort of certainty. There is something the human mind craves almost as much as food, safety, and connection. It craves certainty. The moment life becomes confusing, your consciousness immediately starts searching for answers. It wants to know why something happened, what comes next, who is right, who is wrong, and where you belong. The strange part is that the answers themselves are often less important than the feeling of having them. Your mind would frequently rather hold a flawed certainty than face an uncomfortable unknown. That single habit quietly shapes the way you think, the people you trust, and the reality you believe you are living in. Think about how quickly people form opinions after hearing only part of a story. A headline appears, a rumor spreads, or someone shares a single version of an event. Within seconds, the mind reaches a conclusion. It feels satisfying because uncertainty disappears. The brain can finally relax. But satisfaction is not the same thing as truth. Consciousness often mistakes the relief of certainty for evidence that the conclusion must be correct. This tendency begins much earlier than most people realize. From childhood, the world feels enormous and unpredictable. Parents answer impossible questions with simple explanations because simple explanations make children feel safe. As adults, that same desire never truly disappears. We still want neat stories with clear heroes and villains. We still want problems to have obvious causes and straightforward solutions. Reality, however, rarely cooperates. Life is filled with contradictions, mixed motives, incomplete information, and outcomes nobody could have predicted. Consciousness struggles with that complexity because ambiguity demands energy, while certainty offers immediate comfort. Neuroscientists have discovered that uncertainty places extra demands on the brain. When outcomes are unclear, regions involved in monitoring conflict and evaluating possibilities become more active. Your nervous system treats uncertainty as something that requires attention because, throughout human history, the unknown often carried danger. Not knowing whether a shadow hid a predator could be fatal. Today the threats are different, but the ancient machinery remains. Instead of worrying about wild animals, we worry about careers, relationships, health, and the future. The mind responds in the same familiar way. It searches desperately for conclusions that reduce the discomfort of not knowing. This is why conspiracy theories, extreme ideologies, and overly simple explanations can become so appealing. They provide certainty where reality provides questions. A complicated world suddenly feels organized. Every event has a clear cause. Every problem has someone to blame. Even frightening explanations can feel emotionally comforting because at least they replace confusion with order. Consciousness is often drawn toward confidence, even when confidence is built upon shaky foundations. You can see this pattern in everyday conversations. Someone says they know exactly why a relationship ended, exactly why the economy changed, or exactly what another person was thinking. Listen closely, and you will notice how often those statements are built upon assumptions rather than complete evidence. Yet the confidence itself becomes persuasive. People naturally associate certainty with competence, even though the most knowledgeable individuals are often the quickest to admit what they still do not know. The illusion becomes especially powerful when it shapes your identity. If you become completely certain about who you are, growth quietly slows down. Someone convinced they are naturally unsuccessful stops looking for opportunities. Someone absolutely certain they are always right stops listening. Another who believes people never change begins treating every mistake as permanent. Certainty creates stability, but it can also create invisible walls that keep new possibilities from entering consciousness. Consider how arguments usually unfold. Two people rarely spend the conversation exploring together. Instead, each person tries to defend a conclusion they reached before the discussion even began. As evidence appears, both sides instinctively search for information supporting what they already believe while dismissing everything else. This happens because changing your mind does not only challenge an opinion, it challenges the comforting feeling that your understanding of the world is reliable. The ego quietly whispers that admitting uncertainty is the same as becoming weak. History offers countless examples of this illusion. Entire generations have been completely certain about ideas that later proved false. Scientific theories, once treated as unquestionable, eventually gave way to better explanations. Social beliefs that seemed permanent disappeared as understanding evolved. Every era tends to believe it has finally reached certainty, yet the future repeatedly reveals how much remained unseen. The lesson is humbling. Feeling certain has never guaranteed being correct. This same pattern appears in personal life. Imagine receiving a short message from someone you care about. It sounds colder than usual. Within moments, your mind reaches a conclusion. They must be upset. Something is wrong. You replay every recent conversation looking for mistakes. Hours later, you discover they were simply exhausted or distracted. The certainty felt completely real, but it was built from almost no information. Consciousness rushed to eliminate uncertainty long before reality had finished unfolding. One of the greatest differences between wisdom and impulsiveness is the ability to remain comfortable inside unanswered questions. Wise people do not enjoy uncertainty any more than anyone else. They simply resist the urge to fill every empty space with premature conclusions. They understand that reality often reveals itself slowly. Patience becomes a form of intelligence because it allows truth to emerge instead of forcing the first explanation that happens to reduce anxiety. This does not mean living in endless doubt or refusing to make decisions. Life requires commitment. Choices must be made even when complete certainty is impossible. The real shift happens when you recognize the difference between acting with the best available evidence and pretending absolute certainty exists where it does not. That small distinction keeps the mind flexible. It allows new information to reshape understanding instead of threatening it. Perhaps the most liberating phrase in the human language is simply, "I do not know." At first, those words feel uncomfortable because they leave the door open. Yet they also create space for learning, curiosity, and genuine discovery. The moment consciousness stops rushing to protect certainty, it becomes capable of seeing possibilities that certainty had quietly hidden all along. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that certainty is the same as security. In reality, certainty often closes the mind long before reality has finished speaking. The people who continue growing throughout life are rarely the ones with the fastest answers. They are the ones willing to stand inside uncertainty just long enough for deeper understanding to appear, even when every instinct urges them to settle for a simpler story. The inner voice that isn't you. There is someone who has been talking to you every day for as long as you can remember. It comments on your choices, judges your mistakes, predicts your future, replays your past, and never seems to get tired. It speaks so often that you hardly notice it anymore. In fact, you probably assume that voice is you. After all, who else could it be? But here is the unsettling possibility. The voice inside your head may not be your true self at all. It may simply be one process inside consciousness that has convinced you it is the one in charge. Think about what happened the last time you made a mistake. Maybe you forgot an important meeting or said something embarrassing. Within seconds, the inner voice appeared. It probably started explaining what happened, criticizing your actions, or imagining how everyone else saw you. Notice something strange about that experience. You did not consciously decide what the voice would say. You did not sit down and write the script. The words simply appeared. If you did not intentionally create the voice, why are you so certain that it is the real you? This question has fascinated psychologists, philosophers, and neuroscientists for decades. The human mind constantly generates internal dialogue. It helps organize information, solve problems, rehearse conversations, and make sense of experience. In many situations, it is incredibly useful. Without it, planning would become far more difficult. Reflection would be limited. Complex reasoning would suffer. The problem begins when consciousness quietly mistakes the narrator for the entire person. Imagine sitting in a movie theater. A narrator begins describing everything happening on the screen. At first, the commentary is helpful. It explains the setting, introduces the characters, and fills in missing details. But after a while, the narrator starts adding personal opinions, making predictions, exaggerating dangers, and criticizing every decision the characters make. Eventually, you become so absorbed in the narration that you forget to watch the movie itself. That is remarkably close to what happens inside your own mind. The inner voice begins as an interpreter, then slowly takes over the experience. This is why your thoughts can sometimes argue with each other. One part of your mind wants to take a risk, while another insists you should stay safe. One voice says you are capable. Another says you will fail. If there were only one fixed self inside your consciousness, these internal debates would make very little sense. Instead, they reveal that the mind is made of many interacting processes, each with different priorities, memories, and emotional influences. The voice you hear most clearly is only one of them. Researchers studying the brain have discovered that many decisions begin before conscious awareness fully catches up. By the time the inner voice explains why you acted, countless unconscious processes have already influenced the outcome. The narrator often arrives after the event, confidently claiming responsibility for choices that were already unfolding beneath awareness. It sounds authoritative because it always has an explanation, but having an explanation is not the same as being the source. Think about anxiety for a moment. Before a difficult conversation, your inner voice may begin creating endless scenarios. It predicts rejection, embarrassment, failure, and regret. Hours later, none of those things happen. Yet during the entire build-up, your body reacted as though the danger were real. Your heart raced, your muscles tightened, your breathing changed. The voice told a story, and consciousness treated that story as reality. The narrator was never describing the future. It was imagining one. The same thing happens with self-criticism. A single mistake becomes evidence that you are not good enough. One awkward moment becomes proof that everyone is judging you. The voice speaks with complete confidence, rarely admitting uncertainty. It never says this might happen. It says this is who you are. Because the voice feels so familiar, you stop questioning it. You assume familiarity means truth. Meditation researchers have noticed something fascinating. As people become more skilled at quietly observing their thoughts, many report the same surprising realization. They begin hearing the inner voice without immediately believing it. Instead of being carried away by every sentence, they notice thoughts rising, fading, and changing on their own. The voice keeps talking, but something deeper remains still, simply watching. That observation reveals an extraordinary possibility. If you can observe the voice, then the observer cannot be the voice itself. This distinction changes everything. Suddenly, a fearful thought is no longer a command. It becomes an event occurring inside consciousness. An angry thought is no longer your identity. It is simply something passing through awareness. The voice loses its absolute authority because you recognize it as one perspective rather than the final truth. There is another reason this illusion is so convincing. The inner voice constantly borrows your memories, your language, and your emotions. It knows exactly which fears to mention because it has access to your past. It knows which dreams matter because it has watched your life unfold. Naturally, it sounds like you. But sounding like you is not the same as being you. A weather reporter describes the storm without creating it. In much the same way, the narrator often describes your experience while taking credit for processes it never controlled. This does not mean the inner voice is an enemy that must be silenced. Trying to eliminate it usually creates even more noise. The voice has an important role. It helps you reflect, communicate, imagine, and learn. The real danger appears only when you surrender complete authority to every sentence it produces. Like any storyteller, it can exaggerate, misremember, predict incorrectly, and confuse assumptions with facts. The remarkable freedom comes from recognizing that you do not have to obey every thought simply because it arrived in your own mind. You can listen without agreeing. You can notice fear without becoming fear. You can hear doubt without allowing it to define your future. That small space between awareness and the voice is where genuine choice begins to appear. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness ever creates is convincing you that the endless narrator inside your head is your deepest identity. In reality, the voice is only one instrument in a much larger orchestra, constantly commenting, interpreting, and improvising. Beneath all of its opinions, worries, and explanations is something quieter that has been present through every chapter of your life, silently witnessing the conversation without ever needing to become the voice itself. Emotions disguised as logic. Most people like to believe their decisions are guided by reason. They imagine themselves carefully analyzing facts, weighing evidence, and reaching conclusions through pure logic. It feels good to think of yourself as a rational person who sees things clearly. But there is a hidden process happening beneath the surface. Before logic begins explaining, emotions have often already influenced the direction you are moving. The mind creates a powerful illusion where feelings quietly take control. Then consciousness steps in afterward and builds a logical explanation that makes the decision appear completely rational. This does not mean people are irrational all the time. Logic is one of humanity's greatest abilities. It allows us to solve problems, create technology, understand the universe, and make better choices. The illusion is more subtle. The problem is not that emotions exist. The problem is that emotions often influence our conclusions before we recognize they are involved. Then the conscious mind protects the image of being logical by creating reasons that sound objective. Think about a decision you made recently. Maybe you chose a certain product, rejected an opportunity, trusted someone, or avoided a difficult conversation. Ask yourself why you made that choice. You probably have an answer ready. It was practical. It made sense. It was the best option. But if someone could look deeper into the hidden processes behind that decision, they might find something else. Maybe the choice made you feel safer. Maybe it protected your pride. Maybe it matched the identity you wanted to maintain. The logical explanation may be real, but it may not be the original cause. A simple example is buying something expensive. People rarely tell themselves, "I bought this because it made me feel important." Instead, the mind creates a more acceptable explanation. The quality is better. It will last longer. It is a smart investment. Some of those reasons may be true, but the emotional desire often arrived first. The feeling created the direction, and logic built the road afterward. Psychologists have studied this connection between emotion and decision-making for decades. One important discovery is that emotions are not separate from reasoning. They are deeply involved in how we evaluate choices. People who experience damage to brain areas responsible for emotional processing often struggle to make even simple decisions, not because they lack intelligence, but because they cannot assign emotional value to different options. Without emotion, choices become overwhelming because every possibility feels equally important. Reason needs emotion to function, but the problem appears when emotion disguises itself as pure reason. This is why people defend beliefs that are clearly connected to their identity. A political opinion, a personal philosophy, or a lifestyle choice can feel like a logical conclusion, but underneath it may be connected to belonging, fear, pride, or the need to feel secure. When someone challenges the belief, the emotional threat appears first. The mind senses danger, then quickly gathers arguments to defend the position. The person experiences this as thinking, but often it is protecting. You can see this in arguments between people who are equally intelligent. Both sides present facts. Both sides believe they are being reasonable. Both sides can explain their position clearly, yet neither person changes their mind because the debate is not only about information. It is about emotional attachment. One person may feel their intelligence is being questioned. Another may feel their values are being attacked. The logical discussion is happening on the surface, while an invisible emotional battle is happening underneath. The ego is especially skilled at this disguise. Nobody wants to believe they are acting out of insecurity, jealousy, fear, or the desire for approval. Those motivations feel uncomfortable because they challenge the image we have of ourselves. So consciousness performs a transformation. It takes an emotional impulse and translates it into a respectable explanation. Instead of admitting I want to prove myself, the mind says I simply have high standards. Instead of admitting I am afraid of rejection, it says I am being realistic. Instead of admitting I want control, it says I just prefer things done correctly. The most fascinating part is that this process usually feels honest. People are not always consciously lying to themselves. The brain is genuinely creating a story that feels accurate. Consciousness is not trying to trick you for entertainment. It is trying to maintain a stable sense of self. A person who believes they are always rational will naturally resist noticing emotional influences because that discovery creates discomfort. This illusion also explains why facts alone rarely change minds. Many people assume that if they present enough evidence, others will automatically update their beliefs. But beliefs are not stored only as collections of information. They are connected to memories, emotions, relationships, and identity. Changing a belief can feel less like correcting a fact and more like losing a part of yourself. That is why even strong evidence can be rejected when it threatens something emotionally important. Consider a person who stays in a harmful situation because they have already invested years into it. Logic might suggest leaving, but emotions create another calculation. They fear admitting the time was wasted. They fear starting over. They fear uncertainty. The mind then produces reasons to stay because those reasons protect the emotional need for consistency. The explanation sounds logical, but the hidden purpose is emotional protection. The same mechanism can work in positive ways too. Someone who believes they can improve often notices opportunities others ignore. Someone who feels grateful interprets challenges differently. Emotions are not enemies of reason. They are powerful forces that shape perception. The key is becoming aware of when they are quietly controlling the story. The first step toward clearer thinking is not eliminating emotion. That is impossible. The real skill is learning to recognize when emotion is speaking through the voice of logic. When you feel unusually defensive, ask yourself a deeper question. Am I protecting the truth, or am I protecting my need to be right? When a decision feels obvious, ask what feeling might be influencing that certainty. When you strongly dislike an idea, ask what part of your identity feels threatened by it. These questions create a space between the emotional reaction and the explanation that follows. In that space, genuine reasoning becomes possible. You stop fighting to prove yourself and start investigating what is actually happening inside your mind. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that your thoughts always begin with logic and end with emotion. In reality, the process often works in the opposite direction. A feeling appears, a conclusion forms, and then the mind creates a convincing explanation afterward. The danger is not having emotions. The danger is forgetting they are there, because once you recognize the hidden emotions wearing the mask of logic, you gain something far more valuable than being right. You gain the ability to finally see why you believe what you believe. The identity trap. There is a question almost every human being spends their entire life trying to answer. Who am I? It seems like a simple question, but the moment you try to answer it, you begin building a story. You collect memories, achievements, failures, relationships, beliefs, and labels, then combine them into something you call your identity. It feels comforting because identity gives you a sense of direction. It tells you what you like, what you dislike, what you are capable of, and what kind of person you are supposed to be. But hidden inside this comfort is a trap. The identity that helps you understand yourself can slowly become the thing that prevents you from changing. The strange part is that your identity does not feel like a story. It feels like reality. If you believe you are an anxious person, it does not feel like a temporary pattern of thoughts and behaviors. It feels like a permanent fact about your existence. If you believe you are not creative, not athletic, not intelligent, or not confident, the label begins to feel like a boundary around what is possible. Consciousness takes repeated experiences and turns them into definitions. Eventually, you stop saying this happened to me and start saying this is who I am. Think about how easily people attach themselves to labels. I am an introvert. I am a perfectionist. I am not good with people. I am just not disciplined. I am someone who always overthinks. These statements often begin as observations, but over time they become commands. They quietly tell you what behaviors are allowed and what behaviors are impossible. The mind begins protecting the identity because changing it creates uncertainty. A familiar limitation can feel safer than an unfamiliar possibility. Imagine someone who has always considered themselves shy. For years they avoid speaking in groups because it feels uncomfortable. Every avoided conversation becomes evidence supporting the identity. Every nervous moment confirms the belief. Eventually the person forgets something important. They are not shy because they avoid speaking. They avoid speaking because they believe they are shy. The identity created the behavior, and the behavior strengthened the identity. The cycle continues until it feels like an unchangeable truth. Psychologists have discovered that humans have a strong desire for consistency. The brain prefers experiences that match existing beliefs because consistency requires less mental effort. When something challenges your identity, the mind often reacts as if there is a threat. This is why personal change can feel strangely uncomfortable, even when the change is positive. A person who spent years believing they are incapable may feel anxious when opportunities finally appear. Success creates a conflict with the old story. This is also why people sometimes defend their weaknesses. Not because they enjoy struggling, but because the weakness has become familiar. Someone who always says, "I am terrible with money," may unconsciously avoid learning financial skills because improvement would require becoming a different version of themselves. Someone who says, "I am not a morning person," may never experiment with new routines because the identity already decided the outcome. The label becomes a shortcut that removes the need to explore. The identity trap becomes even more powerful when other people reinforce it. Families often remember older versions of us. Friends become attached to the role we play in the group. If you have always been the funny one, people expect you to entertain them. If you have always been the responsible one, people expect you to handle everything. If you begin changing, the people around you may react with confusion because they are still interacting with the old version of you. Sometimes the hardest part of transformation is not changing yourself. It is allowing others to update their image of you. This illusion also appears in success. A person achieves something impressive and begins identifying with the achievement. They are no longer someone who succeeded at something. They become someone who must always be successful. Suddenly, failure becomes terrifying because it threatens not just an outcome, but an identity. The person stops experimenting, taking risks, and learning because protecting the image of being successful becomes more important than continuing to grow. The same thing happens with beliefs. When an idea becomes part of your identity, questioning it feels like questioning yourself. This is why conversations about politics, religion, morality, or personal values can become so emotionally intense. People are not simply defending information. They are defending the structure they built around who they believe they are. Changing a belief can feel like losing a piece of themselves, even when the change would help them understand the world more clearly. One of the most surprising discoveries about identity is that it is far more flexible than it feels. Your personality can change. Your habits can change. Your preferences can change. The person you were 10 years ago may feel like a completely different individual. Yet while you were changing, there was always a feeling of continuity. Something within you observed the transformation without needing to remain exactly the same. This reveals something important. You are not your labels. You are not only your past experiences. You are not limited to the patterns you have repeated. These things influence you, but they do not completely define you. The mistake is confusing a description of yourself with the totality of yourself. A powerful question to ask is this: is this identity helping me grow, or is it protecting me from discomfort? Because sometimes the identity you defend most strongly is the very thing keeping you trapped. The person who says, "I am just not that kind of person," may actually be standing at the edge of a completely new possibility. Real freedom begins when you hold your identity lightly. You can say, "I have been this way," without believing I must always be this way. You can recognize patterns without turning them into permanent definitions. You can appreciate your past without allowing it to control your future. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that your identity is something you discover rather than something you continuously create. The truth is that every repeated choice, every belief you reinforce, and every story you tell yourself is shaping the person you become. Your identity is not a locked room that you live inside. It is a structure you are constantly building. And the moment you realize you are the builder, not just the person trapped inside, the walls begin to lose their power. The familiarity illusion. Have you ever met someone for the first time and immediately felt like you could trust them? Maybe they had a friendly smile, a familiar way of speaking, or something about them reminded you of someone you already knew. Within seconds, your mind created a feeling of comfort. But here is the strange part. You did not actually know this person. You had almost no evidence about their character, intentions, or values. Yet your consciousness had already started making judgments. It had mistaken familiarity for safety. This is one of the quietest ways your mind shapes your reality. The brain constantly searches for patterns because patterns help us survive. Predictable things require less energy to understand. Unknown things require more attention because they might contain danger. So when something feels familiar, the mind relaxes. It creates a sense of trust, even when the familiarity has nothing to do with whether something is actually good for you. The illusion is powerful because the feeling itself seems like information. You think, I have a good feeling about this person. I feel comfortable here. This seems right. But feelings of familiarity are not always signals of truth. They are signals that your brain recognizes a pattern. Recognition and accuracy are two completely different things. Think about how easily people become attached to familiar routines. Someone may complain about their daily life for years, but still resist changing it. They know the job makes them unhappy. They know the environment drains them. They know something needs to change. Yet the familiar discomfort feels safer than the unfamiliar possibility of something better. The mind often prefers a known problem over an unknown solution because uncertainty requires more psychological effort. This is why people sometimes return to situations that hurt them. They go back to unhealthy relationships, repeat the same mistakes, or stay trapped in old habits. It is not always because they enjoy suffering. Often, the familiar feels easier to predict. Consciousness creates a strange equation where known pain can feel safer than unknown freedom. Psychologists have studied this tendency through something called the mere exposure effect. It describes how people often develop stronger preferences for things simply because they encounter them repeatedly. A song you initially dislike may become enjoyable after hearing it many times. A place you once found uncomfortable may start feeling like home after repeated visits. Familiarity creates emotional warmth, even when there has been no change in the actual quality of the thing itself. This mechanism helped humans survive because familiar environments were often safer than unknown ones. Our ancestors benefited from recognizing familiar landscapes, familiar faces, and familiar sources of food. But in modern life, the same system can mislead us. The brain still uses old survival rules in a world where growth often requires stepping into uncertainty. The familiarity illusion also affects beliefs. Most people assume they believe things because they are true. But often, repeated exposure plays a much larger role than they realize. A statement heard many times can begin to feel more believable simply because the brain recognizes it. The feeling of recognition creates a false sense of confidence. Consciousness quietly translates "I have heard this before" into "this must be correct." This is one reason misinformation can spread so easily. Repetition creates familiarity, and familiarity creates comfort. Eventually, the mind may confuse the ease of processing an idea with the accuracy of the idea. The statement feels right because it feels known, not because it has been carefully examined. The same illusion shapes how you see yourself. If you repeatedly tell yourself that you are unlucky, incapable, or not enough, those thoughts become familiar visitors. Because they appear so often, they begin feeling natural. The mind starts accepting them not because they are true, but because they are well practiced. A familiar thought can feel like an identity. Imagine two people facing the same opportunity. One sees uncertainty and thinks, "This could go wrong." The other sees the same uncertainty and thinks, "This could help me grow." The external situation is identical, but their internal familiarity is different. One person is familiar with avoiding risk. The other is familiar with exploring possibilities. Their minds are not simply responding to reality. They are responding to patterns built over time. This is why changing your life can feel uncomfortable, even when you know the change is positive. Learning a new skill, meeting new people, moving somewhere different, or changing your habits forces the brain into unfamiliar territory. At first, the unfamiliar feels wrong. Not because it is wrong, but because it requires more effort. The mind often interprets difficulty as a warning sign when it is actually a sign of adaptation. The most dangerous part of the familiarity illusion is that it hides inside normal thinking. It does not feel like a bias. It feels like common sense. You trust what feels natural. You believe what sounds familiar. You choose what feels comfortable. Yet many of the biggest limitations in life come from confusing comfort with correctness. This does not mean you should reject everything familiar. Familiarity has value. It creates stability, connection, and a sense of belonging. The goal is not to become suspicious of everything you know. The goal is to notice when familiarity is making decisions for you without your awareness. A powerful question to ask yourself is this: do I actually like this, or have I simply become used to it? Do I believe this because I have examined it, or because I have heard it repeatedly? Am I staying because this is right for me, or because this is what I already understand? Those questions create a gap between automatic comfort and conscious choice. They allow you to see where your preferences are genuinely yours and where they are simply products of repetition. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that familiar means true, safe, and meaningful. In reality, familiarity is only recognition. It is your brain saying, "I have seen this pattern before." Nothing more. The moment you understand that difference, you begin exploring beyond the boundaries created by habit. You realize that the unknown was never automatically dangerous. Sometimes it was simply the place where your next version of yourself was waiting to be discovered. The control mirage. There is a feeling almost everyone experiences every single day. The feeling that you are in control. You decide what happens next. You plan your schedule, make your choices, avoid problems, and believe that if you think carefully enough, you can shape the direction of your life. This feeling is so deeply built into consciousness that questioning it feels almost impossible. But hidden underneath this sense of control is a powerful illusion. Your mind often exaggerates how much influence you actually have while quietly ignoring the countless forces operating beyond your awareness. The strange thing is that this illusion is not completely useless. Feeling in control helps humans survive. It motivates action. It encourages planning. It pushes people to improve their circumstances instead of simply accepting everything as random. Without some belief in personal influence, progress would become nearly impossible. The problem begins when consciousness confuses having some control with having total control. It creates the impression that life is more predictable, manageable, and responsive to your decisions than it truly is. Think about how often people create detailed plans for the future. They imagine where they will be in 5 years, what achievements they will reach, and how certain choices will lead to specific outcomes. Planning is valuable, but the mind often forgets something important. The future is not a straight line. It is a constantly changing system influenced by other people, unexpected events, timing, opportunities, accidents, and circumstances you could never predict. Yet consciousness creates a clean story where every step seems connected, making life appear more controllable than it actually is. A simple example is driving. You turn the steering wheel, press the pedals, and your car moves exactly where you want. This creates a powerful feeling of direct control. But even while driving, countless things are outside your influence. Other drivers, weather conditions, road problems, mechanical failures, and thousands of invisible factors can change what happens next. You are influencing the journey, but you are never the only force shaping the outcome. This distinction is difficult for consciousness because the brain prefers simple cause and effect. It wants to believe that outcomes have clear owners. When something good happens, people often think, "I made this happen." When something bad happens, they think, "I should have prevented this." Sometimes those statements are true, but many situations are far more complicated than the mind wants to admit. Psychologists have studied this through what is known as the illusion of control. It describes the tendency for people to believe they have more influence over events than they actually do. In experiments, people often feel more confident when they perform an action themselves, even when the action has no real impact on the outcome. The feeling of participation creates the impression of control. The brain confuses involvement with influence. You can see this everywhere. People develop lucky rituals before important events. An athlete wears a certain item because they believe it improves performance. Someone follows a specific routine before a meeting because it makes success feel more likely. These behaviors are not necessarily harmful. Rituals can improve confidence and focus, but they reveal something fascinating about consciousness. The mind naturally searches for actions it can connect to outcomes because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. This illusion becomes especially strong when things go wrong. After failure, people often replay events and imagine all the moments where they could have acted differently. Sometimes reflection is useful. It helps us learn. But sometimes the mind creates an exaggerated sense of responsibility. It convinces you that you should have predicted events that were impossible to predict. It judges your past self using information that only became available afterward. This is known as hindsight bias. Once an outcome is known, the brain creates the feeling that the result was obvious all along. A failed business suddenly looks like it had warning signs everywhere. A relationship ending suddenly seems inevitable. A mistake appears like something everyone should have seen coming. But before the outcome happened, the situation was far more uncertain. Consciousness edits the past to make the world appear more predictable than it really was. The control illusion also affects how people treat other people. When someone succeeds, we often assume they simply made better choices. When someone struggles, we may assume they lack discipline or intelligence. We underestimate circumstances because believing that everyone controls their outcomes completely makes the world feel safer. If success and failure are entirely personal choices, Then we can imagine avoiding every negative outcome through perfect decisions. The idea is comforting, but reality is more complicated. At the same time, completely abandoning the idea of control would create another problem. The goal is not to believe that nothing matters. Your choices absolutely influence your life. The books you read, the skills you build, the relationships you nurture, and the habits you create all shape future possibilities. But influence is different from control. A farmer can plant seeds, water crops, and care for the land, but they cannot command the weather. They participate in the process without controlling every variable. This understanding creates a healthier relationship with life. You stop wasting energy trying to control what was never yours to control. You focus instead on what is actually within your influence: your actions, your attention, your responses, your preparation, your willingness to adapt. The mind becomes calmer because it no longer has to carry responsibility for the entire universe. The irony is that letting go of the illusion of total control often gives you a greater sense of real power. When you stop fighting reality, you can respond to it more effectively. You become flexible instead of fragile. You prepare without becoming obsessed with certainty. You take responsibility without blaming yourself for every unexpected outcome. Perhaps the greatest trick consciousness performs is convincing you that control and security are the same thing. It tells you that if you plan enough, predict enough, and think enough, you can eliminate uncertainty. But uncertainty is not a mistake in the system. It is the system. Life has always been a mixture of intention and unpredictability. The freedom comes from understanding that you are neither completely powerless nor completely in control. You are a participant in a much larger process. You can influence the direction, but you cannot command every wave. And when consciousness finally accepts that difference, the constant struggle against reality begins to disappear. You stop chasing an impossible level of control and start using your actual power with far greater clarity. The predictive mind. What if the world you experience is not the world as it truly is, but the world your brain expects it to be? Most people imagine consciousness works like a camera. Light enters your eyes, sounds enter your ears, and your brain simply records what is happening. But the reality is far stranger. Your brain is not passively waiting for information. It is constantly making predictions, guessing what is about to happen, and then adjusting those guesses based on incoming signals. In a way, you are not simply experiencing reality. You are experiencing your brain's best prediction of reality. This sounds impossible until you notice how often your mind fills in missing information. When you read a sentence with a few missing letters, you can often understand it instantly. Your brain does not need every detail. It predicts what the missing pieces probably are and creates a complete experience. When you recognize a familiar face in a crowd, you are not carefully analyzing every tiny feature from zero. Your brain compares patterns, makes a prediction, and quickly announces who it believes you are seeing. This ability is incredibly useful. Without it, every moment of life would feel completely overwhelming. Imagine having to consciously process every sound, every movement, every object, and every sensation around you with no expectations. Walking down a street would become exhausting because your brain would have to rebuild reality from scratch every second. Predictions allow consciousness to operate efficiently. They help you navigate the world quickly. The problem is that predictions can also become mistaken for facts. Think about entering a room where you expect someone to be angry with you. Before they even speak, your brain begins searching for signs that confirm the prediction. A neutral expression may appear unfriendly. A normal tone may sound cold. A simple pause may feel like rejection. The person has not changed, but your prediction has changed the way you experience them. This is one of the deepest illusions of consciousness. You believe you are responding directly to reality, but often you are responding to your brain's interpretation of reality. The mind creates a model of the world, then filters new information through that model. What you experience is a combination of what is actually happening and what your brain expected to happen. Neuroscientists describe the brain as a prediction machine because it constantly tries to reduce surprise. Every moment, it compares incoming information with its expectations. When something matches the prediction, the experience feels normal. When something violates the prediction, the brain pays extra attention. This is why unexpected events feel so powerful. They force consciousness to update its internal model of how the world works. You can see this in everyday habits. The first time you visit a new place, you notice everything. The sounds, the layout, the unfamiliar faces, the small details. After several visits, your awareness decreases because your brain has already built a prediction. The environment becomes familiar, so consciousness stops spending as much energy analyzing it. The place did not become less real. Your brain simply became more certain about what to expect. This predictive system also shapes your emotions. Anxiety often comes from predictions about the future. The mind imagines possible threats and reacts before anything has happened. A person worried about a presentation may experience fear days before standing on stage. Their body responds to a prediction, not an actual event. The brain is preparing for a possibility, but consciousness can mistake that preparation for proof that danger exists. The same process can create positive experiences. Anticipation can make events more enjoyable. When you look forward to a vacation, your brain begins creating a positive model of the experience before it arrives. The excitement you feel is partly a reaction to reality and partly a reaction to the future your mind has already simulated. Predictions are not inherently negative. They are one of the reasons humans can imagine, create, and plan. The danger appears when predictions become rigid. If your brain strongly expects failure, it begins filtering reality through that expectation. You notice mistakes more than progress. You interpret challenges as evidence that you are incapable. Eventually, the prediction creates the very experience it expected, not because the prediction was accurate, but because it influenced attention, behavior, and decisions. This is why beliefs can become self-fulfilling. Someone who believes others cannot be trusted may act defensively in relationships. Their guarded behavior creates distance, and that distance becomes evidence supporting the original belief. The prediction shaped the behavior shaped the outcome, and the mind concludes it was right all along. Memory also plays a role in this process. Your past experiences create the predictions your brain uses today. If previous situations taught you that criticism leads to embarrassment, your mind may predict danger whenever feedback appears. If your history taught you that challenges lead to growth, you may approach the same situation with curiosity. The present moment is always being interpreted through the patterns of the past. This reveals something profound about consciousness. Your experience of life is not simply determined by what happens. It is shaped by the relationship between what happens and what your mind expects to happen. Two people can encounter the same event and experience completely different realities because their predictive systems are working from different histories. The good news is that predictions can change. The brain is constantly learning. New experiences, new environments, and new interpretations can update old expectations. Someone who once feared public speaking can gradually build a new prediction through repeated exposure. Someone who believed they were incapable can collect evidence of competence until the old model no longer fits. The goal is not to eliminate prediction. A brain without predictions would not function. The goal is to become aware of them. When you notice yourself thinking, "This always happens, people are always like this, I already know how this will go," pause for a moment. Ask whether you are seeing reality or simply experiencing a prediction created by your past. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that you are directly witnessing the world exactly as it is. In reality, you are living inside a constantly updated interpretation created by a predictive mind. Every moment is a conversation between reality and expectation. The more clearly you understand that process, the less trapped you become by the predictions your own mind creates, and the more freedom you gain to experience what is actually there. The present moment myth. Right now, you probably believe you are experiencing this exact moment. It feels obvious. You are here, you are reading these words, and everything happening around you feels immediate and real. But there is a strange question hidden inside that experience. Are you actually experiencing the present moment itself, or are you experiencing a version of the present that your brain has already processed? The answer is far more surprising than most people realize. Even the moment you call now is not as direct as it feels. Most people imagine consciousness as a window that looks directly into reality. They believe there is a clear line between what happens and what they experience. Something occurs, the senses capture it, and awareness receives it instantly. But the brain does not work that way. Every sound you hear, every image you see, and every sensation you feel requires processing time. Your brain receives signals, interprets them, combines them, and creates a unified experience. By the time you become aware of something, your brain has already transformed it into a meaningful perception. This delay is incredibly small, but it changes the way we understand the present moment. The reality you experience as now is actually a constructed moment created by the brain. It is not a perfect snapshot of reality. It is more like a carefully edited broadcast that arrives slightly after the original event. Consciousness creates the feeling of immediacy so smoothly that you never notice the process happening. Think about watching a movie. You know that the image on the screen is not happening in real time. It is a sequence of frames shown quickly enough that your brain creates the illusion of continuous movement. The present moment works in a surprisingly similar way. Your brain gathers pieces of information and blends them together into a seamless experience. What feels like a single flowing reality is actually a constantly updated construction. This becomes even more fascinating when you consider how much of the present is influenced by the past. The moment you experience is never just the raw information coming in from your senses. It is shaped by memories, expectations, emotions, and previous experiences. If you walk into a room where you had a painful experience before, the place may feel uncomfortable before anything happens. The present moment is being interpreted through the history your mind carries. This is why two people can stand in the same place and experience completely different realities. One person sees an opportunity, another sees a threat. One feels excitement, another feels anxiety. The external moment is the same, but consciousness is not simply recording the environment. It is constantly adding meaning based on everything that came before. The illusion becomes even stronger when people try to hold onto the present moment. Many spiritual traditions and mindfulness practices encourage people to be present, but the mind often misunderstands what that means. People imagine they need to capture some perfect state where thoughts disappear and time stops. But the present is not a place you can permanently hold. The moment you recognize it, it has already become part of the past. This creates a fascinating paradox. The present moment is the only place where life happens, yet it is impossible to freeze. The instant you try to grasp it, consciousness turns it into a memory. The present is not an object you can possess. It is a constantly changing process. Your brain also creates the illusion of a continuous self moving through time. You feel like there is one unchanging person traveling from yesterday into today and toward tomorrow. But when you examine experience closely, you only ever encounter the current moment. The past exists as memory. The future exists as imagination. Yet consciousness combines these different mental experiences into a single story called your life. This ability is incredibly useful. Without it, you would struggle to learn from experience or plan for the future. Remembering yesterday helps you avoid repeating mistakes. Imagining tomorrow helps you prepare. The problem appears when consciousness forgets that these are mental constructions and begins treating memories and predictions as if they are happening right now. This is why people suffer so much from events that are not currently occurring. Someone may replay a painful conversation from years ago and experience the emotions as though the event is happening again. Someone may worry about a future disaster that has never arrived and feel fear in the present. The mind can transport you away from the actual moment while convincing you that the imagined experience is just as real. Psychologists have studied this ability through the concept of mental time travel. Humans have an extraordinary capacity to revisit the past and simulate possible futures. This ability helped our ancestors learn and survive. But it also creates a unique vulnerability. A mind capable of leaving the present can become trapped in memories and predictions that exist only inside consciousness. The irony is that people often spend years chasing a future version of life where they finally feel present. They think once they achieve a certain goal, reach a certain place, or become a certain person, they will finally experience peace. But when that future arrives, it becomes another present moment that quickly passes. The mind keeps moving the finish line because it believes satisfaction exists somewhere ahead. The deeper truth is that the present moment is not valuable because it is perfect. It is valuable because it is the only place where experience actually unfolds. You do not need to create a special version of now. You only need to notice the difference between direct experience and the stories consciousness adds on top of it. The sound you hear, the sensation in your body, the environment around you, and the simple fact of being aware are already happening before the mind begins explaining them. The challenge is that consciousness loves commentary. It labels, compares, judges, and predicts. It turns a simple experience into a complex story almost instantly. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that the present moment is something you are constantly missing and must somehow capture. In reality, you have never left it. Every memory, every plan, every fear, and every dream appears only within the awareness of this moment. The present is not a destination you reach after escaping the past or controlling the future. It is the silent space where every experience has always been happening. The search for meaning everywhere. Imagine looking up at the night sky and seeing a group of stars that resembles a familiar shape. Suddenly it becomes a hunter, a bear, or a dragon. The stars themselves never changed. They were simply scattered points of light across an enormous universe. Yet your mind instantly connected them into a meaningful picture. That same process is happening every day inside your consciousness. Your brain is constantly connecting dots, building patterns, and creating stories. The remarkable part is that it often cannot tell the difference between discovering meaning and inventing it. Human beings are natural meaning makers. We do not like randomness. We want every event to have a reason, every coincidence to carry a message, and every chapter of life to fit into a larger story. This instinct has helped our species survive for thousands of years. Recognizing patterns allowed our ancestors to predict danger, remember important locations, and understand the world more quickly. But the same ability that protects us can also deceive us. Sometimes consciousness finds meaning where none actually exists. Think about the last time something unusual happened twice in the same day. Maybe you thought about an old friend, and they suddenly called you. Maybe you noticed the same number appearing repeatedly. Maybe several small events seemed strangely connected. Your first instinct was probably to wonder whether it meant something. The mind immediately started searching for an explanation because coincidence feels emotionally unsatisfying. A meaningful story feels far more comfortable than accepting that some events simply happen. Psychologists refer to this tendency as pattern recognition. It is one of the brain's most powerful abilities. The problem appears when the system becomes too eager. Instead of recognizing genuine patterns, it begins creating them. Faces appear in clouds. Hidden messages seem to exist inside random events. Ordinary coincidences start feeling like carefully designed signals. Consciousness would rather create a false connection than leave scattered experiences unexplained. This becomes especially noticeable during emotionally difficult periods. When life feels uncertain, the mind searches even harder for meaning. After a painful breakup, people replay every conversation looking for clues they missed. After losing a job, they begin believing every setback was leading them toward a greater purpose. Sometimes these interpretations help people heal. They create hope and direction. But other times they trap people inside stories that were built more from emotional need than objective reality. The same process shapes everyday relationships. Imagine someone smiles at you one morning. If you already believe they like you, that smile becomes confirmation. If you believe they dislike you, the exact same smile may seem forced or polite. The event itself has not changed. The meaning has. Consciousness quietly fills in the blanks with whatever story already exists inside your mind. This explains why rumors spread so easily. People naturally connect incomplete pieces of information into narratives that feel satisfying. A few scattered facts become a complete explanation. Once the story feels meaningful, it becomes difficult to question because the brain experiences coherence as truth. The more emotionally satisfying the story becomes, the more convincing it feels, even when important evidence is missing. Scientists studying perception have discovered that the brain is constantly predicting and interpreting rather than simply recording information. Every moment, it combines sensory input with memories, expectations, and previous experiences to create your experience of reality. Meaning is not waiting outside in the world like a label attached to every event. Much of it is being constructed inside your own consciousness. Consider how differently people interpret failure. One person sees rejection as proof they are not good enough. Another sees the same rejection as preparation for something better. A third sees it as a completely ordinary part of life with no deeper message at all. The event remains identical, yet the meaning changes dramatically because consciousness is creating the interpretation rather than uncovering a hidden truth. This desire for meaning also influences the way people understand their own lives. Looking backward, everything appears connected. Childhood experiences seem to predict adult choices. Random encounters appear destined. Unexpected opportunities look like inevitable turning points. This happens because memory naturally organizes the past into a coherent narrative. The brain removes much of the confusion, uncertainty, and randomness that existed at the time. Life begins looking like a carefully written story instead of the unpredictable journey it actually was. There is another side to this illusion that is even more subtle. Sometimes people become so focused on finding meaning that they stop experiencing life directly. Instead of enjoying a conversation, they wonder what it says about the relationship. Instead of appreciating a beautiful sunset, they search for a symbolic message. Instead of learning from a mistake, they obsess over why it happened to them. Consciousness keeps looking beyond the experience itself, convinced that every moment must contain a hidden lesson. This does not mean life has no meaning. Meaning is one of the most powerful forces in human existence. It gives purpose to suffering, direction to effort, and depth to relationships. The mistake is believing that every event arrives with a fixed message waiting to be discovered. Often, meaning is something people create through reflection values and the choices they make afterward. The most freeing realization is that not every unanswered question needs an immediate explanation. Some events are simply accidents. Some opportunities appear through chance. Some chapters end without a dramatic lesson attached to them. Accepting that uncertainty does not make life emptier. In many ways, it makes life more honest. It allows you to appreciate moments without forcing them into a story they were never meant to tell. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that the universe is constantly sending personal messages hidden inside every coincidence, every setback, and every unexpected turn. Sometimes there truly are patterns worth noticing. Sometimes there are lessons worth learning. But just as often, the mind is simply doing what it has always done, connecting scattered dots until they resemble a picture that feels complete. The real wisdom is learning the difference between meaning that reveals itself naturally and meaning your consciousness quietly invents because it cannot bear to leave the dots unconnected. The comparison prison. There is a prison that millions of people enter every single day without realizing it. It has no walls, no locks, and no guards, yet it quietly steals confidence, joy, and peace of mind. The moment you look at someone else's life and measure your own against it, the prison door closes. What makes this illusion so powerful is that it feels completely reasonable. Your consciousness convinces you that comparing yourself to others is simply a way to understand where you stand. But in reality, it often becomes one of the most distorted ways of seeing both yourself and the world. Think about how quickly comparison happens. You see someone more successful, more attractive, wealthier, more confident, or seemingly happier than you. Within seconds, your mind begins calculating. They are ahead of me. I should have achieved more by now. I am falling behind. Notice what happened. Before you gathered any real information about their life, your consciousness had already created a story where you came out as the loser. The strange thing is that comparison is not entirely useless. Human beings evolved in groups, and understanding your place within those groups once helped you survive. Knowing who had more experience, greater strength, or better skills allowed people to learn, cooperate, and adapt. The problem is that modern consciousness uses this ancient system in a world where you can compare yourself with millions of people every single day. Your brain was never designed to carry that burden. Imagine reading only one page from someone else's entire life story, then comparing it to every chapter of your own. That is exactly what happens during comparison. You see someone's achievement, but not their years of failure. You notice their confidence, but not their private fears. You admire their success, but never witness the sacrifices, disappointments, or moments of doubt that shaped it. Consciousness compares your complete behind-the-scenes experience with someone else's carefully edited highlight. This illusion becomes even stronger because your mind naturally compares your weaknesses with other people's strengths. Rarely do you compare your discipline with someone else's laziness or your kindness with someone else's selfishness. Instead, the brain searches upward. It focuses on people who appear to have what you lack. That creates the constant feeling that everyone else is moving forward, while you remain stuck. Social media has amplified this illusion beyond anything our ancestors could have imagined. Every day people display their happiest moments, biggest achievements, beautiful vacations, and proudest accomplishments. Your consciousness consumes this endless stream of polished experiences and quietly begins treating them as ordinary reality. Suddenly, your own normal life feels disappointing because you are comparing everyday existence with everyone else's best moments. Psychologists have found that people often judge themselves through what is called upward social comparison. Instead of looking at those facing greater challenges, the mind naturally focuses on those who seem to be doing better. This tendency can sometimes inspire growth, but more often it creates dissatisfaction because the finish line keeps moving. No matter how much you achieve, there will always be someone with more money, more recognition, more influence, or more success. If your happiness depends on winning every comparison, satisfaction becomes impossible. The comparison prison also changes the way you see yourself. Imagine someone receives praise for a skill you have never developed. Instead of appreciating their effort, your mind quietly transforms their success into evidence of your failure. Another person's victory suddenly feels like your defeat, even though nothing about your own life has actually changed. Consciousness turns life into a competition that nobody agreed to play. This habit becomes especially painful because it hides your own progress. Think back to the person you were 5 years ago. You have probably learned new skills, survived difficult moments, solved problems you once believed were impossible, and grown in ways you rarely acknowledge. Yet, comparison pulls your attention away from that journey and redirects it toward someone who appears further ahead. Instead of measuring how far you have come, you become obsessed with how far someone else has gone. There is another illusion hidden beneath comparison. You assume that if you reached the other person's position, you would finally feel complete. But that is rarely what happens. The moment people achieve one goal, consciousness immediately finds a new comparison. Someone who dreamed of earning a certain income begins comparing themselves with those earning even more. Someone who wanted recognition begins noticing people with larger audiences. Satisfaction remains just out of reach because the mind keeps creating new standards. Comparison also damages relationships in subtle ways. It becomes difficult to genuinely celebrate another person's success when your consciousness secretly interprets it as evidence that you are falling behind. Jealousy begins replacing admiration. Competition replaces connection. Instead of learning from people who inspire you, you start quietly resenting them because their achievements challenge your own sense of worth. The remarkable truth is that comparison is built upon incomplete information. You never truly know another person's internal experience. You cannot see their private fears, hidden regrets, difficult choices, or silent struggles. Every life contains challenges invisible to outsiders. The image you compare yourself against is always incomplete because consciousness fills the missing spaces with imagination. Real growth begins when the direction of comparison changes. Instead of asking whether you are better than someone else, ask whether you are becoming better than the person you used to be. That question shifts your attention from competition to development. It reminds you that your journey follows a timeline nobody else can live for you. This does not mean ignoring other people's achievements. They can become powerful sources of inspiration. The difference is that inspiration expands your possibilities, while comparison shrinks your self-worth. One encourages curiosity, the other feeds insecurity. The external situation may look identical, but the inner experience could not be more different. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that your value can be measured by placing your life beside someone else's. But human lives are not identical races with identical starting points, identical obstacles, or identical destinations. Every comparison leaves out more than it includes. The moment you stop measuring your worth through someone else's story, the prison door quietly opens. You realize that your life was never meant to be lived as a copy of another person's journey. It was always meant to become something only you could create. The happiness chase, almost everyone believes the same invisible promise. Just one more achievement, one more promotion, one more relationship, one more goal. Then I will finally be happy. It sounds so reasonable that very few people ever question it. Your consciousness quietly places happiness somewhere ahead of you, just beyond your current circumstances, and convinces you to keep running. The strange part is that even after reaching what you once believed would make you happy, the finish line somehow moves again. The chase continues, and happiness remains just out of reach. Think back to something you desperately wanted in the past. Maybe it was getting into a certain school, landing a specific job, buying something expensive, or reaching an important milestone. At the time, it felt like the missing piece. You imagined how different life would feel once you finally had it. Then it happened. For a while, there was excitement, relief, maybe even joy. But eventually something unexpected occurred. The feeling faded. What once seemed extraordinary slowly became ordinary, and your mind quietly found a new target to pursue. This pattern is so common that most people barely notice it. Consciousness is remarkably good at adapting. What once felt like a dream eventually becomes your new normal. The house you were excited to move into becomes just another place you live. The job you celebrated becomes another source of stress. The phone you could not wait to own becomes outdated. Happiness seems to dissolve, not because the achievements were meaningless, but because the brain quickly adjusts to them. Psychologists describe this process as hedonic adaptation. Human beings naturally return toward a familiar emotional baseline after both positive and negative experiences. Winning, succeeding, or acquiring something valuable creates a temporary emotional rise, but over time the mind adapts. What once captured your attention becomes part of everyday life. Consciousness stops noticing what it has and starts searching for what it lacks. This ability actually helped humans survive. If our ancestors became permanently satisfied after finding enough food or building shelter, they might have stopped improving their chances of survival. The brain evolved to keep searching, exploring, and preparing for the future. In the modern world, however, this ancient system creates an endless cycle. Every accomplishment quickly transforms into another starting point. You can see this everywhere. Someone believes earning a certain income will solve all their problems. Years later, they earn much more, yet they still worry about money because their expectations have grown alongside their circumstances. Another person believes finding the perfect relationship will remove every feeling of loneliness. Eventually, they discover that emotional challenges still exist because happiness cannot be permanently outsourced to another person. The illusion becomes even stronger because society constantly reinforces it. Advertisements suggest the next purchase will complete your life. Social media presents carefully selected moments that make other people's lives appear permanently joyful. Success stories often focus on the destination, while ignoring the fact that every destination eventually becomes another ordinary day. Consciousness absorbs these messages and quietly concludes that happiness must always exist somewhere else. There is another hidden consequence of the happiness chase. While pursuing future satisfaction, people often overlook the experiences already happening. Imagine someone spending years working nonstop because they believe happiness will arrive after retirement. They postpone rest, relationships, curiosity, and simple pleasures because the future feels more important than the present. Then they finally reach the goal only to realize they trained their mind to always look ahead. The habit continues because the destination was never the real problem. The pattern of chasing was. This does not mean goals are pointless. Ambition can create extraordinary growth. Working toward meaningful achievements gives life purpose and direction. The problem begins when consciousness turns every goal into a condition for happiness. Instead of saying this would improve my life, the mind quietly says I cannot truly enjoy life until this happens. Happiness becomes a reward that is permanently delayed. Neuroscience offers another fascinating insight. Much of the excitement people experience comes not from receiving the reward itself, but from anticipating it. The brain releases powerful motivational signals while pursuing something desirable. Once the reward is obtained, that excitement naturally decreases. This is why buying something often feels more thrilling before the purchase than weeks afterward. The chase itself activates the brain in ways that arrival rarely does. Notice how often people speak about their future selves. Once I lose weight. Once I finish this project. Once I become successful. Once everything settles down. These sentences seem harmless, but they quietly teach consciousness that the current version of life is not enough. The present becomes nothing more than a waiting room for a future that never fully arrives. Ironically, many of the happiest moments in life appear unexpectedly. A conversation with a friend, a quiet walk, a laugh you never planned, watching the sunlight move across a room. These experiences rarely happen because you were chasing happiness. They happen because, for a brief moment, you were fully engaged with life instead of mentally bargaining for something better. The deepest shift occurs when you stop treating happiness like a destination and begin seeing it as something that grows from attention, gratitude, purpose, and connection. It is not the absence of goals. It is the absence of believing that every goal must rescue you from the present. Achievements can enrich your life, but they cannot permanently fill a psychological gap created by endless wanting. This realization changes ambition without destroying it. You still pursue meaningful work. You still build relationships. You still dream about the future. But you no longer expect each accomplishment to complete you. Instead of running toward happiness, you allow happiness to exist alongside the journey itself. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that fulfillment is always waiting just beyond your current life. It whispers that the next milestone will finally bring lasting peace, only to move the finish line the moment you arrive. The truth is that a mind trained only to chase will keep chasing forever. The freedom begins when you realize happiness was never hiding in the future. It has always depended far more on how you experience this moment than on what you manage to collect before the next one arrives. The illusion of consistency. Most people believe they are the same person they were yesterday. They assume their beliefs, values, personality, and decisions come from one stable identity that remains consistent over time. It feels obvious. After all, your name is the same, your memories are still with you, and your life seems to follow one continuous story. But beneath that comforting feeling is a remarkable illusion. Consciousness works tirelessly to convince you that you are far more consistent than you actually are. Think about how often you have looked back at an old message, a photograph, or a journal entry and thought, "I cannot believe I used to think like that." At the time, those thoughts felt completely reasonable. Those decisions made perfect sense, yet now they seem almost like they belonged to another person. The strange thing is that years from now, your current self may feel just as unfamiliar. You are changing constantly, but your consciousness edits those changes into one smooth narrative, making transformation feel much smaller than it really is. This illusion exists because the brain values stability. Imagine waking up every morning feeling like a completely different person with no sense of continuity. Planning, relationships, and long-term goals would become almost impossible. To prevent that chaos, consciousness creates the experience of a stable self. It links together countless changing thoughts, emotions, and experiences into a single story called me. The problem is that this story can become misleading. People often believe they always behave according to fixed principles, yet their actions change dramatically depending on circumstances. Someone who considers themselves patient may become irritable under stress. A person who believes they are generous may become protective when resources feel scarce. Another who sees themselves as calm may react impulsively after a sleepless night. These changes are not exceptions. They reveal that human behavior is far more flexible than our self-image admits. Psychologists have repeatedly found that context has an enormous influence on behavior. Small changes in environment, mood, social pressure, or physical condition can produce surprisingly different decisions. Yet afterward, consciousness quietly rewrites the experience. Instead of saying the situation changed me, the mind says I acted that way because that is who I am. It creates consistency after the fact. This is one reason people are often surprised by their own behavior. Someone who believed they would remain calm during a crisis discovers they panic. Another who assumed they would never forgive eventually does. A person convinced they would never take a certain risk suddenly finds themselves doing exactly that. The hidden lesson is not that people are unpredictable. It is that identity is more adaptable than consciousness wants to acknowledge. The illusion becomes even stronger because memory helps protect it. Your brain naturally recalls experiences that support your current self-image while giving less attention to events that contradict it. If you see yourself as honest, memories of truthful moments come easily. If you think of yourself as brave, acts of courage stand out. Contradictory moments fade into the background because they interrupt the story your consciousness prefers to tell. This selective memory creates the feeling that you have always been who you are today. In reality, your beliefs, habits, and values have been changing quietly for years. Most of those changes happened so gradually that you never noticed them. Like watching a tree grow, transformation is difficult to see while it is happening. Only when you look far enough into the past do you realize how much has changed. The illusion of consistency also shapes relationships. People often expect others to remain exactly as they remember them. Parents continue seeing their children as children long after they become adults. Friends hold onto old versions of one another. Even after someone changes dramatically, those around them may continue responding to the familiar identity they created years earlier. Consciousness prefers predictable characters because predictable stories feel easier to understand. This tendency can become limiting. Imagine someone who spent years believing they were not confident enough to lead. Then life forces them into a leadership role, and they discover abilities they never knew they had. If they remain attached to the old identity, they may dismiss every success as luck instead of recognizing genuine growth. The past version of themselves begins competing with the person they are becoming. There is another fascinating consequence of this illusion. People often make promises about their future behavior with complete confidence. They believe they know exactly what they will want years from now. But future circumstances, new experiences, and changing priorities often reshape those desires. The person making the promise today is not identical to the person who will eventually have to keep it. This is why personal growth requires humility. Instead of saying, "I know exactly who I am," it becomes more honest to say, "I know who I have been, and I am still becoming someone new." That shift leaves room for change. It allows you to discover qualities that have not yet appeared because life has not yet demanded them. The remarkable truth is that your flexibility is not a weakness. It is one of your greatest strengths. The ability to learn, adapt, rethink, forgive, and evolve is what allows human beings to survive in a constantly changing world. Consciousness hides much of that flexibility because stability feels emotionally reassuring. But beneath the familiar story is a mind capable of becoming far more than it currently imagines. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that consistency defines who you are. In reality, the thread connecting your life is not perfect sameness. It is continuous change woven into a story that feels stable enough to understand. You are not a fixed character trapped inside one permanent identity. You are a living process, constantly adapting, revising, and growing, even during the moments when you feel exactly the same as you did yesterday. The ownership illusion, from the moment you learn to speak, One word begins shaping almost every part of your life. Mine, my body, my thoughts, my house, my success, my reputation, my future. The word feels so natural that you almost never question it. It creates the comforting feeling that certain things belong to you, that they are extensions of who you are. But beneath this ordinary experience lies one of consciousness's deepest illusions. The feeling of ownership is far more fragile and far more constructed than it appears. Think about something you own that means a great deal to you. Maybe it is your home, your favorite watch, your first car, or something passed down through your family. If someone damaged it, you would probably feel genuine emotional pain. Now ask yourself a strange question. What actually changed? The object itself was always just metal, wood, glass, or fabric. The intense emotional reaction came from the meaning your consciousness attached to it. Somewhere along the way, your mind quietly transformed an external object into part of your identity. This process begins surprisingly early. As children, we quickly learn the difference between mine and yours. That distinction helps us navigate the world, protect resources, and develop a sense of individuality. Without some feeling of ownership, society would be difficult to organize. The illusion is not that ownership exists in practical terms. The illusion is believing that what you own somehow becomes part of who you are. Psychologists have observed something called the endowment effect. People consistently place a higher value on something simply because they own it. Give two people identical objects, then ask one of them to sell theirs. Very often, the owner demands much more than another person would be willing to pay. The object did not change. Its usefulness remained exactly the same. What changed was the feeling of ownership. Consciousness quietly increased the value because the object had become connected to the self. This same pattern extends far beyond physical possessions. People become attached to their ideas, opinions, achievements, and even mistakes. Have you ever noticed how difficult it can be to admit that one of your beliefs was wrong? The discomfort often has less to do with the belief itself and more to do with ownership. Once an idea becomes my opinion, challenging it feels strangely personal. Consciousness begins protecting the belief as though it were protecting the person. The illusion becomes even stronger with success. Imagine spending years building a career, creating a business, or mastering a skill. Naturally, you feel proud of what you have accomplished. But over time, something subtle happens. The achievement no longer feels like something you created. It starts feeling like who you are. If that success disappears, it can feel as though part of your identity disappears with it. Consciousness quietly confuses what you have with what you are. Relationships reveal this illusion in another powerful way. Listen carefully to the language people use. My partner, my child, my friend. These words describe connection, but they can also create unconscious attachment. Sometimes people begin believing they own not only the relationship, but also the expectations that come with it. When another person changes, grows, or makes unexpected choices, the mind feels betrayed because reality no longer matches the version it believed belonged to it. This same mechanism explains why letting go is so difficult. Whether it is a possession, a dream, a reputation, or a relationship, the pain often comes from more than simple loss. Consciousness experiences the event as though part of the self has been taken away. Yet if you look closely, the awareness observing the loss remains unchanged. The object disappeared. The role changed. The memory faded. But the simple fact of being aware continued. There is another fascinating layer to this illusion. Even your thoughts can begin feeling like possessions. Someone challenges an opinion you have held for years, and you immediately feel defensive. Why? Because the thought has become mine. The ego wraps itself around ideas so tightly that disagreement starts feeling like a personal attack. Conversations stop becoming opportunities to learn and become battles over psychological territory. Modern life strengthens this illusion constantly. Advertisements encourage you to define yourself through what you buy. Success is measured by what you accumulate. Social status becomes connected to visible possessions. Without realizing it, consciousness begins building identity from external things that can disappear at any moment. The more tightly you cling to them, the more fragile your sense of self becomes. This does not mean ownership has no value. Taking care of your belongings, protecting your work, and appreciating meaningful relationships are all important parts of life. The problem begins when ownership turns into attachment so strong that losing something feels like losing yourself. At that point, consciousness has blurred the line between having and being. One of the most freeing questions you can ask is surprisingly simple. If this disappeared tomorrow, would I still be me? At first, the answer may feel uncomfortable. But the more honestly you explore it, the more clearly you begin separating your identity from the things passing through your life. Your possessions can change. Your career can change. Your reputation can change. Even your beliefs can change. Yet something deeper continues witnessing every one of those changes. The irony is that loosening your grip often allows you to appreciate life more fully. When you stop trying to possess every experience, you begin enjoying it while it lasts instead of constantly fearing its loss. Gratitude replaces anxiety because you no longer mistake temporary things for permanent parts of yourself. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that everything you call mine becomes part of who you are. In reality, ownership is a practical agreement, not an eternal truth. The house, the title, the achievements, the opinions, and even the roles you play are all experiences moving through your life. They can enrich you, teach you, and transform you, but they were never the essence of what you are. The moment you stop defining yourself by what you hold on to, you discover a part of yourself that was never something you could own, because it was the quiet awareness that had been present before anything was ever called mine. The selective blindness effect. Imagine someone places a huge object directly in front of you, yet somehow you never notice it. At first that sounds impossible. If something is right in front of your eyes, surely you would see it. But this happens far more often than you realize. Every single day your consciousness overlooks people, opportunities, emotions, and even obvious truths that exist right in front of you. Not because your eyes fail to work, but because your attention quietly decides what deserves to enter awareness. What you fail to notice often shapes your life just as much as what you do notice. Think about the last time you searched everywhere for your keys, only to discover they had been sitting on the table the entire time. The keys never disappeared. Your brain simply filtered them out because it had already formed an expectation about where they should be. Once that expectation took over, your eyes continued looking, but your consciousness stopped seeing. This hidden process is happening constantly. Your senses collect an overwhelming amount of information every second. Colors, sounds, movements, faces, temperatures, smells, and countless tiny details are all competing for your attention. If your brain allowed every piece of information into awareness at once, you would become completely overwhelmed. Instead, consciousness performs an incredible act of selection. It highlights a tiny portion of reality while quietly hiding everything else. The remarkable part is that you almost never notice what has been filtered out. You only experience the finished version your brain creates. It feels complete because your consciousness cannot easily detect what it never allowed itself to see. This creates one of the deepest illusions of human experience. You believe you are seeing the whole picture when you are often seeing only a carefully selected fraction of it. Psychologists demonstrated this in a famous experiment where participants were asked to count basketball passes between players. While they focused on the task, many completely failed to notice a person in a gorilla suit walking calmly through the middle of the scene. The gorilla was not hidden. It was fully visible, yet attention was so focused on one goal that consciousness ignored something impossible to miss. The lesson was astonishing. Seeing is not the same as noticing. This selective blindness extends far beyond simple visual experiments. It influences the way you understand people. Imagine meeting someone after hearing they are rude. Without realizing it, your attention begins searching for evidence supporting that expectation. Every short answer seems unfriendly. Every quiet moment feels distant. Meanwhile, acts of kindness pass unnoticed because they do not fit the story your consciousness has already accepted. The same thing happens with yourself. If you believe you are not confident, your mind starts collecting every awkward conversation, every hesitation, and every mistake. Moments where you speak clearly or handle a challenge successfully receive much less attention because they do not match the identity your brain expects to see. Over time, the filtered evidence creates the illusion that the belief has always been true. This process is closely connected to confirmation bias. Once consciousness forms an expectation, attention naturally begins favoring information that supports it while quietly ignoring evidence that challenges it. The result is a self-reinforcing cycle. You notice what confirms your beliefs become stronger, and your attention becomes even more selective. Think about how this affects relationships. Two people can leave the exact same conversation with completely different impressions. One remembers kindness, humor, and understanding. The other remembers criticism, tension, and disappointment. Neither person is necessarily lying. They simply paid attention to different parts of the same experience. Their consciousness created two different realities from one shared event. This hidden blindness also explains why personal growth can feel impossible. Sometimes the opportunities you are desperately searching for already exist, but your mind has decided they cannot. Someone convinced there are no good career options may overlook valuable opportunities because they do not match the expectation. A person who believes nobody appreciates them may completely miss countless small expressions of care because they are focused only on dramatic proof. Even emotions become invisible through this process. Many people believe they are angry when they are actually hurt. Others believe they are lazy when they are exhausted. Some think they have lost motivation when they are quietly afraid of failure. Consciousness often notices the surface emotion while filtering out the deeper cause beneath it. The result is solving the wrong problem again and again. Memory strengthens this illusion even further. The brain naturally stores experiences that match your existing beliefs more vividly than those that contradict them. Over time, your personal history begins supporting the filtered version of reality your consciousness has been creating all along. It feels as though life itself is proving your perspective correct, when in reality your attention has been quietly editing the evidence. The fascinating part is that selective blindness is not a flaw unique to certain people. It is a normal feature of every human mind. No one experiences reality in its entirety. Every person lives inside a version shaped by attention, expectation, and previous experience. The difference is that some people become aware of this limitation, while others mistake their filtered perception for complete truth. This awareness creates a powerful shift. Instead of immediately trusting your first interpretation, you begin asking different questions. What am I not noticing? What evidence am I overlooking? If someone with the opposite opinion observed this situation, what might they see that I cannot? These questions interrupt the automatic filtering process and create space for a richer understanding of reality. The goal is not to notice everything. That would be impossible. The goal is to recognize that your experience is always incomplete. Every belief, every judgment, and every certainty exists inside a mind that is constantly filtering information. The moment you remember that, curiosity begins replacing certainty. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that whatever you fail to notice simply does not exist. But reality has always been far larger than the narrow beam of your attention. Hidden opportunities, unnoticed strengths, misunderstood people, and overlooked truths are surrounding you every day. The world is not only defined by what you can see, it is equally shaped by everything your consciousness quietly leaves in the shadows, waiting for the moment you finally learn to look beyond what feels obvious. The endless internal debate. Have you ever noticed that some of your longest conversations never happen with another person? They happen entirely inside your own mind. One voice tells you to take the opportunity. Another tells you to stay safe. One says you should speak up. Another warns you to stay quiet. You replay old conversations, imagine future arguments, defend yourself against people who are not even there, and sometimes spend hours debating decisions that take only seconds to make. It feels like you are carefully thinking through life. But often, consciousness is doing something very different. It is trapping itself inside an endless loop where thinking replaces living. The strange part is that these debates feel productive. The more you think, the more it seems like you are getting closer to certainty. Yet many times the opposite happens. Every new argument creates another question. Every answer produces another possibility. The mind keeps searching for the perfect conclusion, but instead it creates even more uncertainty. Consciousness mistakes mental movement for genuine progress. Think about a decision you delayed for weeks or even months. Maybe it involved changing careers, ending a relationship, starting a project, or making an important purchase. You probably imagined every possible outcome. You listed the advantages, worried about the risks, replayed different scenarios, and searched for the perfect answer. Then, eventually, you made the decision, and you realized something surprising. Most of the fears and possibilities your mind spent so much time debating never happened at all. This happens because the brain is designed to simulate possibilities. That ability is incredibly valuable. It helps you prepare for challenges, avoid danger, and solve complex problems. Without it, planning would be impossible. The problem begins when the simulation never ends. Instead of helping you move forward, the internal debate becomes a substitute for action. Psychologists often describe this pattern as rumination, when the mind repeatedly circles the same thoughts without reaching resolution. Unlike healthy reflection, which leads to insight or change, rumination keeps returning to the same questions again and again. It creates the illusion that more thinking will eventually produce certainty, even when the additional thinking changes nothing. Imagine standing at the edge of a swimming pool. You want to know exactly how the water will feel before you jump in. So you analyze the temperature, the depth, the weather, and every possible outcome. You keep thinking because you believe one more calculation will remove all uncertainty. But there comes a point where the only way to know the water is to enter it. Life works the same way. Some questions can never be answered through thought alone. They require experience. The endless internal debate is also fueled by the desire to avoid mistakes. Consciousness believes that if it thinks long enough, it can eliminate the possibility of failure. But reality does not work that way. Every decision carries uncertainty. Waiting for complete confidence often means waiting forever, because the future can never be perfectly predicted. This hidden debate becomes especially exhausting because different parts of your mind often want different things. One part wants comfort while another wants growth. One values security while another longs for adventure. One seeks approval while another craves authenticity. These competing motivations create the feeling that there are multiple voices inside your head arguing over the direction of your life. The mistake is believing that one of those voices must eventually win completely. Human beings are full of contradictions. You can want stability and excitement at the same time. You can feel confident in one moment and uncertain in the next. Consciousness struggles with these contradictions because it wants one clear answer, one perfect identity, and one unquestionable path forward. This is why imagined conversations become so common. You rehearse what you will say before an important meeting. You replay old arguments, invent better responses, or predict what someone else might think about you. Sometimes this preparation is useful, but often it becomes a way of seeking emotional certainty in situations that can never be fully controlled. Neuroscience suggests that many of the same brain networks involved in actual social interaction become active during imagined conversations. Your brain treats these mental simulations as meaningful experiences. That is why an argument that never happened can still leave you feeling emotionally exhausted. Consciousness reacts not only to reality, but also to the vivid worlds it creates within itself. The irony is that endless thinking often moves you further away from clarity. The more possibilities you generate, the more difficult it becomes to choose. What started as careful reasoning gradually transforms into paralysis. Action becomes delayed because the mind keeps demanding another round of analysis. There is a quiet freedom in recognizing that not every thought deserves your attention. Just because your mind raises another objection does not mean you must debate it. Just because another possibility appears does not mean your decision was wrong. Thoughts are invitations, not obligations. You can acknowledge them without allowing them to dominate your awareness. A useful question is not, "Have I thought about this enough?" Instead ask, "Am I learning something new? Or am I simply repeating the same conversation with myself?" That question separates genuine reflection from endless mental recycling. It reminds you that wisdom does not always come from thinking more. Sometimes it comes from thinking clearly, then having the courage to act. Real confidence rarely appears before action. More often, it grows afterward. Every experience teaches your mind something no amount of internal debate could have revealed. Life has a way of answering questions that thought alone can never resolve. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that every important problem can be solved through endless analysis. It whispers that one more thought, one more imagined conversation, or one more round of questioning will finally remove uncertainty. But some truths only reveal themselves when thinking gives way to living. The moment you stop trying to win every argument inside your own mind, you create space for something far more valuable than certainty. You create space for experience, and experience has always been the greatest teacher consciousness will ever know. The need to be right. Few things feel more satisfying than hearing the words, "You were right." In that moment, something inside you relaxes. Your judgment feels validated. Your intelligence feels confirmed. Your understanding of the world seems trustworthy. It is such a natural feeling that most people never question it. But beneath that desire to be right lies one of consciousness's most powerful illusions. Your mind slowly begins valuing the feeling of being correct more than the pursuit of discovering what is actually true. Think about the last argument you had with someone. Maybe it was about politics, relationships, work, or something surprisingly small. At the beginning, you probably believed you were simply trying to understand the situation. But as the conversation continued, something changed. You stopped listening with curiosity and started listening for weaknesses in the other person's argument. Every sentence became something to defeat rather than something to understand. Without realizing it, the conversation stopped being about truth. It became about winning. The strange part is that this shift feels completely reasonable. Consciousness tells you that defending your position is the logical thing to do. But often, what you are really defending is not the idea itself. You are protecting the identity attached to that idea. Once a belief becomes part of who you think you are, questioning it feels strangely personal. A disagreement no longer feels like two people examining different perspectives. It feels like someone is challenging your intelligence, your values, or your worth. Psychologists have found that people naturally search for information supporting what they already believe, while overlooking evidence that contradicts it. This tendency, known as confirmation bias, works quietly beneath awareness. When you encounter information that agrees with your views, it feels convincing almost instantly. When you encounter information that challenges those same views, your mind suddenly becomes much more critical. The evidence is judged by different standards because consciousness is protecting a conclusion it already prefers. This explains why changing your mind can feel surprisingly uncomfortable. It is not simply about accepting new information. It is about admitting that the version of reality you confidently believed may have been incomplete. The ego experiences this almost like a loss. Instead of celebrating a deeper understanding, it interprets the change as a threat to your identity. Imagine spending years believing you fully understand a certain subject. Then one conversation reveals a flaw in your thinking. Two different responses become possible. One path is curiosity. You become excited because you have learned something new. The other path is defensiveness. You immediately search for reasons to reject the new information because protecting the image of being knowledgeable feels more important than becoming more knowledgeable. Consciousness often chooses the second path because certainty feels safer than revision. This need to be right also shapes everyday relationships. Have you ever noticed how quickly people interrupt each other during disagreements? They are often not interrupting because they have fully understood the other person. They interrupt because their mind is already preparing its defense. While one person is speaking, the other is silently building counterarguments. Listening becomes impossible because consciousness has already decided that the goal is victory rather than understanding. The irony is that this habit often damages the very relationships people are trying to protect. Being technically correct means very little if the conversation leaves both people feeling misunderstood. Many conflicts continue not because the facts are unclear, but because each person feels unheard. Sometimes people are not asking you to agree with them. They simply want to know that their experience has been acknowledged. The need to be right becomes even stronger in public situations. Admitting a mistake in front of others can feel embarrassing because consciousness worries about reputation. It quietly whispers that changing your position will make you appear weak, yet the opposite is often true. The people who earn the greatest respect are usually those willing to say, "I was mistaken. I learned something. I changed my mind." Those words require confidence because they place truth above pride. Neuroscience suggests that challenges to deeply held beliefs can activate emotional systems in the brain similar to those involved in physical threats. That reaction explains why debates sometimes feel so intense. Your body is not responding only to information. It is responding to the possibility that an important part of your worldview might need to change. The emotional response arrives first, and only afterward does consciousness begin constructing logical arguments to defend itself. This illusion reaches beyond opinions. It also affects the way people remember the past. Someone may insist they clearly remember an event unfolding a certain way even when evidence suggests otherwise. Memory is not a perfect recording. It is constantly reconstructed, yet consciousness clings to certainty because admitting uncertainty feels uncomfortable. The need to be right quietly reshapes not only beliefs but also recollections. There is a profound difference between confidence and certainty. Confidence allows you to hold an idea while remaining open to new evidence. Certainty often closes that door completely. One invites learning, the other resists it. The strongest thinkers are rarely the ones who believe they already possess every answer. They are the ones who remain willing to update their understanding whenever reality presents something new. A simple question can transform almost any disagreement. Instead of asking, "How can I prove I am right?" ask, "What if I am missing something?" That single shift changes the purpose of the conversation. It replaces defense with discovery. Suddenly, another person's perspective becomes an opportunity rather than a threat. This does not mean abandoning your convictions every time someone disagrees. Some beliefs deserve to be defended, but even strong convictions become healthier when they remain open to evidence. A mind that never changes is not necessarily a strong mind. It may simply be a mind that values certainty more than truth. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that being right is the same as being wise. In reality, wisdom grows from the willingness to let reality correct you, even when your pride resists. The moment you stop treating every disagreement as a battle to win, you begin seeing conversations for what they can truly become. Not contests of intelligence, but shared explorations of a reality that is always larger than any single point of view. The time distortion trick. Have you ever noticed how 5 minutes can feel like an eternity in one moment and disappear in the blink of an eye in another. Sit in a waiting room with nothing to do, and every second seems to crawl. Spend an evening laughing with close friends, and suddenly hours vanish without warning. The clock never changed. Time itself moved at the same pace, yet your experience of it was completely different. That is because consciousness is not simply living inside time. It is constantly reshaping your perception of it. One of the most convincing illusions your mind creates is making time feel objective when, psychologically, it is anything but. Most people assume time is something they directly experience. They believe the passing of moments feels exactly as it truly is. But your brain is not measuring time like a stopwatch. It is measuring change, emotion, attention, novelty, and memory. The more your mind is engaged, surprised, or emotionally involved, the more your experience of time begins to shift. Consciousness quietly stretches and compresses moments without asking your permission. Think back to your childhood. Summer vacations felt endless. A single year in school seemed to last forever. Birthdays took an eternity to arrive. Now, as an adult, entire years seem to disappear almost overnight. You blink and another birthday has arrived. Holidays come and go before you fully notice them. It feels as though time itself has accelerated, but the real change happened inside your mind. One reason for this is that children encounter constant novelty. Every experience is new. Every place, every lesson, every friendship, and every discovery demands attention. The brain records these moments in rich detail because they are unfamiliar. Adults, however, often repeat the same routines. They drive the same roads, follow the same schedules, and have the same conversations. When experiences become predictable, consciousness processes them more efficiently, leaving fewer vivid memories behind. Looking back, those repetitive periods feel much shorter because there are fewer mental landmarks separating one week from another. This reveals something fascinating. Your memory shapes your experience of time just as much as your clock does. A vacation filled with new adventures often feels short while you are living it because your attention is absorbed. Yet months later, it feels surprisingly long because your mind stored so many detailed memories. An ordinary work week may feel slow while you are experiencing it, but almost disappear when you look back because nothing stood out enough to anchor it in memory. Psychologists have explored this phenomenon for decades. They have found that attention plays a central role in time perception. When you constantly monitor the passage of time, every minute feels longer. That is why waiting for important news can feel unbearable. Your awareness keeps checking the clock, making every passing second more noticeable. But when attention is completely absorbed in an activity, consciousness temporarily stops tracking time so closely. Hours can disappear because your mind is focused on the experience rather than the measurement of it. This is often called being in a state of flow. During flow, people become so deeply engaged in what they are doing that their usual awareness of time fades into the background. Artists, musicians, athletes, writers, and even children at play frequently describe this experience. They emerge from their work surprised to discover how much time has passed. Consciousness did not stop functioning. It simply stopped counting. Emotions also reshape your sense of time. Fear can make a few seconds feel incredibly long. During an accident or a dangerous situation, many people report feeling as though time slowed down. This does not happen because the external world changes speed. It happens because the brain processes enormous amounts of information in a very short period. Your memory becomes unusually detailed, creating the impression that the event lasted much longer than it actually did. The opposite happens during routine. When days become nearly identical, consciousness begins combining them into one continuous experience. Monday feels like Tuesday. Wednesday blends into Thursday. Before you know it, months have passed with surprisingly few memorable moments. The tragedy is not that time moved faster. The tragedy is that your awareness had so little reason to pause and fully notice it. This illusion also shapes the future. People often believe they have plenty of time to pursue important dreams, repair damaged relationships, or become the person they hope to be. Consciousness quietly assumes there will always be another opportunity. Tomorrow feels generous because it has not yet arrived. But eventually, enough tomorrows become yesterdays, and the mind suddenly wonders where all the time went. Ironically, the more desperately people try to hold on to time, the faster it seems to slip away. Constantly worrying about aging deadlines or missed opportunities keeps attention trapped inside mental calculations instead of direct experience. Life becomes something being measured instead of something being lived. The most powerful way to change your experience of time is not by slowing the clock, but by expanding your awareness. Seek new experiences. Learn unfamiliar skills. Have conversations that surprise you. Visit places that challenge your expectations. Pay attention to small details you normally ignore. Novelty gives the brain fresh material to remember, making life feel richer and, in many ways, longer. There is also a quieter lesson hidden inside this illusion. The quality of your attention matters more than the quantity of your hours. Two people can live through the exact same amount of time while experiencing completely different lives. One moves through each day automatically, barely noticing it. The other remains curious, present, and engaged. Their clocks are identical, but their psychological worlds are vastly different. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that time is something simply happening to you. In reality, much of what you call the passage of time is the story your mind builds from attention, emotion, memory, and expectation. The days that feel lost were often the days least noticed. The moments that stay with you forever were rarely the longest. They were simply the ones where consciousness stopped rushing ahead and fully awakened to the experience unfolding before it. The social mirror illusion. Long before you knew your own name, other people were already telling you who you were. They smiled when you behaved a certain way. They corrected you when you acted differently. They praised some qualities and discouraged others. Without realizing it, your consciousness began collecting those reactions and slowly turning them into an identity. Years later, you look in the mirror and believe you are seeing yourself. But much of what you call yourself is actually a reflection built from the eyes of other people. This process begins so early that it feels completely natural. As children, we depend on others for survival, so our brains become incredibly sensitive to approval and rejection. A parent's encouragement makes us feel safe. A teacher's criticism stays in our memory. A friend's acceptance creates confidence. Little by little, consciousness starts asking a silent question that continues into adulthood. How do other people see me? The surprising part is that this question often becomes more powerful than another one we rarely ask. Who am I when nobody is watching? Think about how differently you behave depending on who is around you. You may speak one way with close friends, another way at work, another way with family, and another way with strangers. None of these versions are necessarily fake. They simply reveal that your identity is constantly adapting to the social environment. Consciousness quietly adjusts your behavior based on the expectations it senses around you. This flexibility helped humans survive. Our ancestors depended on groups for protection, food, and cooperation. Being accepted by the tribe often meant the difference between life and death. As a result, the brain evolved to pay extraordinary attention to social signals. A raised eyebrow, a smile, a moment of silence, or a change in someone's tone could all carry important information. Today, those same ancient systems are still active, even though the dangers have changed dramatically. The illusion begins when you mistake other people's opinions for objective truth about yourself. Imagine receiving criticism from someone you deeply respect. Even if their judgment is unfair or incomplete, it can feel like undeniable reality. On the other hand, genuine strengths may go unnoticed simply because nobody points them out. Consciousness starts building its self-image from external reflections instead of direct experience. Psychologists have described this through the idea of the looking glass self. The concept suggests that people develop their sense of identity partly by imagining how others perceive them. Whether those perceptions are accurate or not often matters less than the fact that you believe them. If you repeatedly think others see you as intelligent, awkward, successful, or unworthy, those imagined reflections begin shaping your behavior until they feel like permanent parts of your personality. This explains why labels can become so powerful. A child repeatedly called shy may grow into an adult who avoids social situations because that identity feels familiar. Someone constantly praised for being responsible may struggle to ask for help because they believe they must always appear capable. The label becomes a script, and consciousness starts acting it out without questioning whether it still fits. Social media has intensified this illusion in ways no previous generation experienced. Every post, comment, and photograph creates an opportunity for approval or rejection. A simple number showing likes or views begins influencing how people feel about themselves. Without noticing it, consciousness starts measuring self-worth through external reactions. Instead of asking whether an experience was meaningful, the mind asks whether other people approved of it. The danger is that external approval is unpredictable. Some days it arrives easily. Other days it disappears without explanation. If your identity depends entirely on that feedback, your emotional state rises and falls with forces you cannot control. Confidence becomes fragile because it is constantly waiting for another reflection from the outside world. The social mirror also affects the way you judge others. Just as you imagine people are evaluating you, you often assume they are paying far more attention to you than they actually are. Psychologists call this the spotlight effect. People consistently overestimate how much others notice their mistakes, appearance, or awkward moments. You replay an embarrassing comment for days, while everyone else has already forgotten it. Consciousness places you at the center of a mental stage that exists mostly inside your own imagination. There is another hidden consequence of living through the social mirror. You may begin making life decisions based on how they appear rather than how they feel. Choosing a career because it impresses others, staying in a relationship because it looks successful, buying things that signal status instead of genuine happiness. From the outside, life may appear perfect, yet inside it feels strangely disconnected because the choices were designed for an audience rather than for your own values. The remarkable truth is that no single person has ever seen the complete version of you. Every individual knows only the part of you revealed through specific moments, conversations, and circumstances. Even your closest friends experience only fragments of your inner world. Yet consciousness often allows those incomplete reflections to define an entire identity. Real freedom begins when external feedback becomes information rather than identity. Praise can be appreciated without becoming your source of worth. Criticism can be considered without becoming your definition. Other people's perspectives may teach you something valuable, but they are never the complete truth about who you are. A powerful question to ask yourself is this: if nobody could judge this decision, would I still choose it? That question quietly separates authentic desire from the need for approval. It reminds you that your deepest values exist even when nobody is watching. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that you can discover yourself by endlessly studying your reflection in other people's minds. But every reflection is incomplete, shaped by another person's experiences, expectations, and limitations. The mirror can show you pieces of yourself, but it can never reveal the whole picture. The moment you stop chasing every reflection, you begin meeting the part of yourself that existed long before anyone else ever formed an opinion about who you should be. The illusion of permanent feelings. There are moments when an emotion feels so powerful that it seems impossible to imagine ever feeling differently. During heartbreak, it can feel like the pain will never leave. During fear, it can feel like the threat will always remain. During intense happiness, it can feel like you have finally reached a state that will last forever. But then something strange happens. Time passes. The emotion changes. The intensity fades. And you realize something consciousness rarely admits in the moment. Feelings are temporary experiences that often pretend to be permanent. The mind has a strange habit of turning temporary emotional states into permanent predictions. When you are angry, your brain does not simply say, "I am experiencing anger right now." It often creates a much bigger story. This person will always hurt me. This situation will never improve. I will never get over this. The emotion expands beyond the present moment and starts describing the entire future. This illusion happens because emotions are designed to capture attention. When an emotion becomes intense, the brain prioritizes it above almost everything else. Fear demands focus because danger requires a response. Anger demands energy because conflict requires action. Sadness encourages reflection and withdrawal. The emotional system is built to make certain experiences feel important, but the same intensity that helps emotions guide behavior can also make them feel more permanent than they actually are. Think about a time when you were extremely upset. In that moment, your perspective probably became narrower. The problem felt larger. The future seemed darker. Your mind focused almost entirely on the emotional reality you were experiencing. Then, hours or days later, the same situation looked completely different. The event may not have changed much, but your emotional state had changed, and with it, your interpretation of everything. This reveals something important about consciousness. You do not simply experience emotions. You experience the world through emotions. A fearful mind sees threats everywhere. A peaceful mind notices possibilities. A frustrated mind sees obstacles. A grateful mind sees opportunities. The external world may remain the same, but the emotional lens changes the entire experience. Psychologists describe emotions as temporary states that involve changes in thoughts, body sensations, and behavior. They rise, peak, and eventually decline. Even extremely intense emotions follow patterns of change. The brain cannot maintain the same emotional intensity forever, because the nervous system naturally adapts. Yet, when you are inside the emotion, consciousness often ignores this reality and convinces you that the current feeling represents the final truth. This is why people make decisions they later regret. In moments of intense emotion, the mind assumes the feeling will continue indefinitely. Someone ends a relationship during a moment of anger because they believe the anger reveals the complete truth. Someone gives up on a dream during a period of disappointment because they believe the discouragement will never disappear. Someone avoids an opportunity because fear feels like evidence that they should not try. The emotion itself is real. The mistake is believing the emotion is permanent or perfectly accurate. Imagine looking at the world through a colored window. If the glass is blue, everything appears slightly blue. If the glass is red, everything appears slightly red. You may know the window is affecting your perception, but while looking through it, the colors feel natural. Emotions work in a similar way. They color reality, but consciousness often forgets the color is there. This illusion also affects positive emotions. People sometimes chase moments of excitement because they believe those feelings should last forever. A new relationship feels magical. A major achievement feels incredible. A new adventure feels unforgettable. But eventually the intensity naturally decreases. Many people interpret this normal emotional shift as a problem. They think something is wrong because the original feeling is gone. In reality, adaptation is a normal feature of the human mind. The brain is constantly adjusting to experiences. A new environment becomes familiar. A new achievement becomes normal. A new emotional state becomes part of everyday life. This ability allows humans to continue functioning, but it also creates confusion. Consciousness compares the current moment with the emotional intensity of the beginning and assumes something has been lost. Often, nothing important has disappeared. The mind has simply adapted. The illusion of permanent feelings can also trap people inside old identities. Someone who experienced failure may begin thinking, "I am a failure." Someone who experienced rejection may believe, "I am unwanted." Someone who experienced trauma may feel defined by what happened to them. The emotional experience becomes attached to the self, and a temporary state becomes mistaken for a permanent identity. But feelings are visitors, not permanent residents. They arrive, create movement, communicate something, and eventually leave. Some stay longer than others. Some return many times, but none of them represent the complete story of who you are. This understanding does not mean ignoring emotions or forcing yourself to feel differently. Emotions contain valuable information. Fear can reveal what matters. Sadness can reveal what you have lost. Anger can reveal what you believe is wrong. The goal is not to silence emotions. The goal is to stop treating every emotion as a final conclusion. A powerful question to ask during intense moments is simple. Will I feel this exact way forever? History already provides the answer. Every previous emotional storm eventually changed. Every moment you thought you could not survive eventually became a memory. Every feeling that once seemed permanent eventually transformed into something else. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that the emotion you are experiencing right now is the reality you will experience forever. It takes a temporary wave and turns it into a permanent ocean. But emotions are movement. They are signals passing through awareness, not definitions carved into your identity. The moment you recognize that feelings are temporary, You create space between yourself and the emotional storm. You can experience sadness without becoming sadness. You can feel fear without becoming fear. You can enjoy happiness without desperately trying to freeze it in place. And in that space, you discover something powerful. The mind may create changing emotions every moment, but the awareness witnessing those emotions remains far more stable than any feeling that passes through it. The meaning of coincidences. Have you ever thought about someone you have not spoken to in years, only for them to suddenly call you later that day? Have you ever noticed a strange pattern appearing repeatedly and wondered if the universe was trying to tell you something? Maybe you saw the same number everywhere, met someone at the perfect moment, or experienced a series of events that felt too perfectly connected to be random. These moments can feel almost magical. They create a powerful sensation that something deeper is happening beneath the surface. But the fascinating truth is that consciousness has a remarkable ability to transform ordinary chance into extraordinary meaning. The human mind is a meaning-making machine. It does not simply observe events. It constantly asks why they happen, how they connect, and what they might represent. This ability has helped humanity survive. Detecting patterns allowed our ancestors to recognize danger, find resources, and predict changes in their environment. But the same system that helps us discover real patterns can also create connections where none actually exist. Think about looking at clouds. One person sees a face, another sees an animal, someone else sees nothing but random shapes. The cloud itself has not changed. The meaning comes from the observer. Coincidences work in a similar way. The events are real. The interpretation is created by consciousness. The strange part is that coincidences feel different from ordinary events. They capture attention because they violate expectations. When something unlikely happens, the brain immediately searches for an explanation. Randomness feels uncomfortable because it does not provide a satisfying story. A meaningful connection feels easier to accept because it gives the experience structure. Imagine walking into a crowded room and randomly meeting someone who later becomes one of your closest friends. Looking backward, the meeting may feel destined. It may seem like the universe arranged the moment perfectly. But before that connection existed, it was simply one person among thousands of possible interactions. Once the outcome becomes important, consciousness rewrites the event with a sense of inevitability. This happens because the brain is extremely good at looking backward and finding order. After something meaningful occurs, earlier events begin appearing like pieces of a carefully designed puzzle. The challenges, mistakes, and unexpected turns suddenly seem like they were leading toward one specific outcome. But while you were living through those moments, the path was far less obvious. Psychologists call this tendency apophenia, the tendency to perceive meaningful patterns or connections in unrelated information. It is a natural feature of human cognition. In healthy amounts, it allows creativity, imagination, and problem solving. Scientists, artists, and inventors often notice connections that others miss. The same mental ability that creates breakthroughs can also create false connections when the brain becomes too eager to find meaning. This explains why coincidences can feel so personal. Out of millions of events happening around you every day, you naturally notice the ones that relate to your life, emotions, and concerns. If you are thinking about changing careers, you may suddenly notice more conversations about that career. If you are worried about a relationship, you may notice more examples of relationships around you. The world has not necessarily changed. Your attention has. This process is connected to something called the frequency illusion. Once something becomes important to you, your brain begins noticing it more often. A person buying a certain car may suddenly feel like that model appears everywhere. A person learning a new word may start seeing it repeatedly. The word or object was already present, but consciousness had previously filtered it out. The illusion becomes stronger during emotional moments. When people experience grief, uncertainty, love, or major life changes, coincidences often feel especially meaningful. During these periods, the mind is searching for guidance and reassurance. A random event can become a symbol because consciousness is trying to create stability during a time of uncertainty. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Meaning can be deeply valuable. A coincidence can inspire reflection, creativity, or hope. A person may find comfort in seeing a reminder of someone they lost. An unexpected meeting may encourage them to take a new direction in life. The meaning we create can influence our choices in powerful ways. The danger appears when consciousness forgets that meaning is something we create rather than something we always discover. A coincidence can feel important without being a guaranteed message. A pattern can be interesting without being proof. The challenge is holding both curiosity and skepticism at the same time. Consider how often people remember the unusual coincidences that happen, but forget the thousands of ordinary moments that do not create a story. If you think of someone and they call you, it feels extraordinary. But how many times have you thought of someone and they did not call? The mind naturally highlights the matches and ignores the misses, because the matches create a more satisfying narrative. This selective memory strengthens the illusion. The more memorable a coincidence feels, the more likely you are to remember it. Over time, these memorable moments create the impression that meaningful coincidences happen constantly, even though countless unnoticed events happen without any connection at all. The deeper lesson is not that coincidences are meaningless. It is that consciousness participates in creating meaning. The human experience is not just a collection of events. It is the relationship between events and the stories we build around them. Two people can experience the same coincidence and walk away with completely different interpretations because meaning exists partly in the mind observing it. A powerful question to ask is not, "Is this definitely a sign?" Instead ask, "What meaning am I choosing to create from this?" That question gives you ownership without requiring certainty. It allows coincidences to inspire you without allowing them to control you. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that every unusual connection must contain a hidden message designed specifically for you. Sometimes the universe is communicating through patterns you genuinely discover. Sometimes your brain is simply doing what it evolved to do, finding order inside randomness. The wisdom comes from recognizing the difference, because the true mystery is not that coincidences happen. The true mystery is that a human mind exists at all, capable of taking random moments and transforming them into stories filled with meaning, purpose, and wonder. The observer who isn't separate, there is a feeling you have probably experienced thousands of times, but rarely questioned. The feeling that there is a part of you standing behind everything, watching your thoughts, observing your emotions, and witnessing your experiences. It feels like there is a silent observer inside your mind. A part of you that is separate from everything happening. You think, "I am the one watching my thoughts. I am the one noticing my feelings. I am the awareness behind my life. But what if the observer itself is another creation of consciousness? This is one of the deepest illusions the human mind creates. It feels like there is a clear separation between the person experiencing life and the awareness observing that experience. Like there is a small control room inside your head where a true you sits, watching the world through the windows of the senses. But when you look closely, something strange appears. The observer is much harder to find than it seems. Try an experiment. Close your eyes and notice your thoughts. You may hear an inner voice describing experiences, creating plans, remembering the past, or judging what is happening. Now ask yourself a simple question. Who is listening to those thoughts? Immediately, the mind creates an answer. There is me, the observer. But then another question appears. If there is an observer watching that observer, who is watching them? The mind can continue creating layers of observers forever. A thinker watching thoughts. Another thinker watching the thinker. Another awareness watching that awareness. Eventually, you reach a strange realization. The separate observer you were searching for may not exist as an independent thing. It may simply be another experience appearing within consciousness. This does not mean awareness is not real. Your experience of being aware is undeniable. Thoughts appear. Emotions appear. Sensations appear. Something is experiencing these events. The illusion is believing there must be a separate entity inside you controlling and observing everything. Consciousness may be less like a person watching a movie and more like the movie itself constantly appearing. Think about a wave in the ocean. A wave may appear separate. It has a shape, a movement, and a beginning and end. But it was never separate from the ocean. Its existence was a temporary expression of something larger. The feeling of being a separate observer may work in a similar way. You experience yourself as an individual, but that individuality may be a pattern within consciousness rather than something completely independent. Neuroscience reveals something fascinating about this sense of self. The brain does not contain a single location where the true self exists. There is no tiny command center where your identity sits. Instead, the feeling of self emerges from many different systems working together. Memories, emotions, body, sensations, thoughts, and perceptions combine to create the experience of being someone. The brain creates a model of you because that model is useful. It helps you navigate relationships, make decisions, and understand your place in the world. But a useful model is not necessarily the same as a permanent reality. Just like a map helps you travel, but is not the actual land, the feeling of being a separate self helps you function, but may not represent the full nature of experience. This illusion becomes obvious when you examine thoughts. People often say, "I control my thoughts." But how many thoughts do you consciously choose before they appear? An idea suddenly arrives, a memory appears, a song enters your mind, a feeling rises in your body. These experiences often emerge before you decide anything about them. Then consciousness creates a story saying, "I produced this thought. I am the thinker." The same happens with emotions. You do not usually decide to feel sadness, excitement, or anxiety. They arise. Then the mind explains them. It creates a narrative about why you feel what you feel. The explanation can be useful, but it often appears after the experience has already begun. Consciousness creates the feeling of being the author, even when much of the process happens automatically. This does not mean you have no influence over your life. Your choices matter. Your actions shape your future. Learning, reflection, and awareness can transform behavior. But there is a difference between influencing experience and being a completely separate controller standing outside of it. The illusion comes from imagining yourself as the owner of every mental event, instead of recognizing yourself as part of the entire process. This realization can feel unsettling at first because the ego depends on separation. The feeling of being a distinct observer creates security. It says, I am here, and the world is out there. I am controlling life, and events are happening to me. But this constant separation also creates struggle. It makes every thought feel like a problem to solve, and every emotion feel like something happening to someone else. When the illusion of separation becomes softer, something interesting happens. Thoughts can still appear, but they become less threatening. Emotions can still arise, but they feel less like attacks on the self. You begin noticing that experiences come and go within awareness without needing to define who you are. This is why many contemplative traditions throughout history have explored the nature of the observer, not because they were trying to escape reality, but because they noticed something unusual. The more carefully you examine the self, the less solid it appears. What once felt like a fixed object begins looking more like an ongoing process. The greatest irony is that consciousness creates an observer in order to understand itself. It creates the feeling of a watcher looking at experience, then spends a lifetime searching for that watcher. But the search itself is part of the experience being observed. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that there is a separate person inside you watching life happen from a distance. In reality, the observer and the experience may never have been two different things. The thoughts, emotions, sensations, and awareness of them are all part of one continuous process, unfolding in the same space. The mystery is not that you are a person watching consciousness. The mystery is that consciousness is creating the experience of being a person at all. The endless search for the real me. There is a question almost every person carries quietly throughout life. Who am I really? It appears in moments of confusion, failure, success, and change. People spend years trying to discover their true self, believing somewhere beneath their thoughts, emotions, memories, and experiences there is a final version of them waiting to be found. A hidden identity, a permanent essence, the real me. But what if the thing you are searching for is not actually there in the way you imagine? What if consciousness has created the feeling that there must be a fixed self hidden somewhere, and then convinced you to spend your entire life searching for it? This is one of the most fascinating tricks of the human mind. The brain creates a powerful sense of identity because identity is useful. It helps you remember your past, maintain relationships, make decisions, and understand your place in the world. Without some feeling of self, everyday life would become incredibly confusing. But the usefulness of an idea does not mean the idea exists exactly as we experience it. Think about how often your sense of yourself changes. The person you were as a child had different fears, desires, beliefs, and dreams. The person you were 10 years ago may feel almost like a stranger. Even your personality shifts depending on your environment. You behave differently with family, friends, co-workers, and strangers. You discover new strengths, lose old interests, and develop perspectives you never had before. Yet through all of these changes, consciousness creates a feeling of continuity. It tells a story that connects every version of you together. It says there has always been one person traveling through all these experiences. This story is so convincing that you rarely question it. The strange part is that when you try to locate this permanent self, the search becomes difficult. You can find thoughts, but thoughts change. You can find emotions, but emotions rise and fall. You can find memories, but memories are constantly reconstructed. You can find your body, but your body changes over time. Almost everything you identify as yourself is in a constant state of movement. So what exactly is the unchanging thing you are searching for? This question creates a fascinating paradox. The mind searches for a fixed identity using the very tools that are constantly changing. It uses thoughts to find the thinker. It uses memories to find the person who owns them. It uses experiences to find the experiencer. But every time it looks closer, it finds another changing process rather than a permanent object. Neuroscience offers an important insight into this mystery. The brain does not appear to contain a single location where the self exists. There is no central command room where a permanent you sits controlling every decision. Instead, the feeling of self emerges from many different systems working together. Memory, emotion, perception, body awareness, and thoughts combine to create the experience of being someone. This does not make the self meaningless. Your identity matters. Your relationships matter. Your choices matter. The self is a powerful pattern created by consciousness. The illusion is believing that this pattern must be a permanent thing rather than an ongoing process. Imagine a river. You can point to it and say this is the river. But the water flowing through it is never exactly the same. The river exists as a continuous process, not as one unchanging object. The human self may work in a similar way. You are not a fixed thing moving through time. You are a constantly changing experience that maintains enough continuity to feel stable. The search for the real me becomes especially powerful during moments of suffering. When people feel lost, they often believe they need to discover who they truly are before they can move forward. They think clarity about identity will solve every problem. But sometimes the endless search creates more confusion because it assumes there is a final answer waiting somewhere. Many people spend years trying to become their authentic self while unknowingly ignoring something important. Authenticity does not come from discovering a hidden personality buried inside you. It comes from being honest about the person you are becoming right now. The self is not a treasure buried underground. It is something continuously created through choices, attention, relationships, and experiences. This changes the way you view personal growth. Instead of asking, "Who am I really?" you can begin asking, "What kind of person am I choosing to become?" The first question searches for a hidden object. The second recognizes that identity is a living process. The illusion becomes stronger because consciousness wants certainty. It wants to know exactly who you are so it can create a stable story. But life is movement. You are always responding, learning, adapting, and changing. The attempt to freeze yourself into one permanent identity creates unnecessary pressure. This is why people often feel trapped by old versions of themselves. They say things like, "This is just who I am," as if the past has the authority to define the future. But every moment contains the possibility of change. The person you were does not have to limit the person you become. Perhaps the greatest illusion consciousness creates is convincing you that somewhere inside you exists a final, permanent version of yourself waiting to be discovered. But when you look closely, you find something much more interesting. There is no single frozen identity hiding beneath life. There is an endless process of becoming. The real mystery is not finding the person you have always been. It is realizing that you have been creating yourself all along. The final trick, believing you're fully awake. After exploring all the ways consciousness can fool itself, there is one final illusion that may be the most difficult to recognize. It is the belief that you have already escaped all illusions. The feeling that you now see reality clearly, that you understand how the mind works, that you are aware enough to notice when consciousness creates distortions. But hidden inside that confidence may be the final trick of all. The mind can create the illusion of awakening while still being caught inside its own stories. This is a strange possibility because awareness feels like the solution to every illusion. When you recognize a mental pattern, it feels like you have stepped outside of it. You think, I see what my mind is doing, therefore I am no longer controlled by it. Sometimes that awareness genuinely creates change. But consciousness is incredibly clever. It can take even the idea of being aware and turn it into another identity. The mind can create a new story. I am more conscious than others. I understand things most people do not. I have escaped the traps that control everyone else. Notice what happened. The search for freedom became another way to build a self-image. The ego did not disappear. It simply found a more sophisticated costume. This is one of the most subtle illusions because it hides behind something that appears positive. Wanting to grow, learn, and understand yourself is valuable. Self-awareness is one of the most important human abilities. But the moment awareness becomes something you possess, something that makes you superior, or something that separates you from others, it becomes another trap created by the same system you were trying to understand. Think about knowledge itself. Learning about cognitive biases does not automatically make you free from bias. Understanding how emotions work does not mean you will never be influenced by emotions. Knowing that the mind creates stories does not mean you stop creating stories. The brain that discovers the illusion is the same brain capable of creating new illusions. This is not a failure of consciousness. It is simply how the system works. The mind is not a machine that can step completely outside itself and observe reality from a perfectly objective position. Every perception, every interpretation, and every insight still passes through the same human system, creating the experience. Psychologists have studied a similar tendency through something called the bias blind spot. People often recognize biases in others more easily than they recognize them in themselves. It feels natural to notice someone else's distorted thinking while believing your own perspective is more accurate. The fascinating part is that even people who understand psychology can fall into this pattern. Awareness of a bias does not automatically remove the bias. The same thing happens with beliefs. Someone may believe they are completely open-minded, yet become defensive when challenged. Someone may believe they have removed their ego, yet feel proud of having no ego. Someone may believe they are beyond judgment, yet quietly judge others for not being as aware. Consciousness can turn almost any realization into a new form of identity. This is why humility may be one of the deepest signs of genuine awareness. Not the belief that you have reached the final answer, but the recognition that your understanding is always incomplete. Reality is larger than any mental model you create. No matter how much you learn about consciousness, there will always be more to discover. Imagine holding a map of an enormous landscape. The map may be incredibly detailed. It may show mountains, rivers, and pathways, but the map is still not the landscape itself. In the same way, every idea you have about reality, yourself, and consciousness is still an interpretation. It may be useful, it may be accurate in certain ways, but it is never the complete thing. The desire to feel fully awake comes from the same human need that creates many other illusions, the need for certainty. The mind wants a final place where questions disappear and confusion ends. It wants to arrive at a state where it no longer has to doubt, search, or change. But life does not seem to work that way. Awareness is not a destination where the journey stops. It is an ongoing process of seeing more clearly. This changes the meaning of being awake. It is not about becoming someone who never gets confused. It is not about eliminating every thought, emotion, or mistake. It is about becoming more aware of the processes happening within you. It is about noticing when the mind creates a story and having enough space to question whether that story is true. The most awake person is not necessarily the person with the most answers. It may be the person who remains most willing to question their own answers. Someone who can say, "I might be wrong. I may not see the full picture. There may be something here I do not understand yet." That attitude keeps consciousness flexible instead of trapped. The final illusion is powerful because it feels like the end of the journey. After discovering so many ways consciousness creates illusions, the mind wants to create one final conclusion. Now I understand. Now I am beyond the trap. But the moment you believe you are completely free from illusion, you may have simply entered a new one. Perhaps the deepest form of awareness is not believing you are fully awake. It is recognizing that you are always waking up. Every moment offers another chance to see your thoughts more clearly, question your assumptions, and experience reality with less attachment to the stories your mind creates. The greatest trick consciousness plays is not hiding the truth from you. It is convincing you that you have already found the final truth and that there is nothing left to examine. Real awareness does not end curiosity. It protects it. Because the moment you stop questioning, the mind begins building another comfortable illusion, and the journey of seeing clearly begins again.